I don't know if you can hear me, but I made it across. It's really bad here, Verlaine. I think there's something here.
In space, no one can hear you scream. Welcome to another stream of Alien Isolation. Hey there, Neo. It's going good today, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? Going to be finishing Phase 1 today. And there's a chapter in the guide that I'm looking at that covers backtracking. So that's good. It's good that they dedicated time to that because there'll be some things that I need to collect that I have to go back to previous areas that weren't accessible or had parts of them that weren't accessible earlier in the story. So that's good that that's part of the guide. So that's what we'll be doing. And then the game that I'll be playing after this will be one called Vampire is how it would be. I guess the original or the most common way of spelling it would make you pronounce it vampire. But I guess also the way that they can spell it would also be a way to say vampire as well. But it kind of is like vampire, but vampire. It's the same difference though. So yeah, that's the game that I'll be playing after this. The game called Vampire. And the main character in that is voiced by an actor named Anthony Howell. And he's in this game as Samuels, and he's in Call of Cthulhu as Edward Pierce, the main character. So it's a game that I've had my eye on for a while, and I really like his work. I've only played 2 games that he's been in that I know of, and that was this game and Call of Cthulhu. But yeah, Vampire will be the game that will replace this when I'm finished. Alright, so go to the San Cristobal Medical Facility. But first, there's some things that I need to look at in the guide.
Our transit service deficient. Please fill out one of the forms provided.
Hello, Whiskey, welcome. Almost midnight and about to go to sleep. Your stream is going to help you achieve that. Oh, nice. Excellent. It's always good to have something to relax to before you go to sleep that you can enjoy. Welcome on in, Whiskey. Hope you've had a good day. Neo, going great, thanks man. You're just playing Dead by Daylight as Alan Wake. He's really cool and sweet, man. You'll be keen to check out Vampire. Oh, that's excellent, Neo. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. And I'm glad that Alan Wake's being received very well in Dead by Daylight. That's cool. Glad that you're enjoying. And yeah, I've never actually played it before. It's been one that I wanted to play for a while, but hadn't actually done. And it would be good to play a vampire game because I do really like vampires as a horror creature, so... We'll take Gook's car. We'll take Gook's car. He won't be needing it. He won't be needing it. It's not Neo, no. This is a separate franchise, not related to Vampire the Masquerade. This is a third-person game. It's set in 1918, and you play as a doctor in London who's been turned into a vampire.
Ricardo, I'm at medical. Did you manage to get to comms?
I'm here, but I was too late. Apollo's recovered from the reactor purge and locked out external comms again.
Damn it. So why'd you send me here?
Plan B, Rip. See, before I left, the system showed a ship approaching Sevastopol. I think it's the Anisadora. Marlowe managed to send out his autocodes to call it in while comms were temporarily open.
We've got to get to it. Is it docking?
No, but it's in a holding position nearby. Head for the ambulance bay. The shuttles are really short range, but they'll make it.
Got it.
Okay, so there we go. Let's zoom out a bit. Alright, go back to this guide. This is where the other guide that I was using up to a certain point interferes with this other guide, because in this guide it's now telling me to go and get the Nostromo log where Parker is talking, and in the other guide it was marked as Nostromo log 4, whereas in this guide it's Nostromo log 3. So yeah. Oh dear. Well, if I think about it, there might be, hang on. They've actually done a shortcut. So, Nostromo log. I hope they actually marked it as such. They did. Alright, cool. Okay, so Nostromo log. Number 4 is in mission 15, which is what we're in now. Have a look how many Nostromo logs there are. Alright, so there's 10 in total. I should have stuck with this first guide all the way. But I honestly thought that the other guide I ended up using was going to show me where everything was, but then it only showed archive logs up until the point at which you would get your achievement for it. It's like I get it. If you're doing a guide and you want people who are going for the achievement to know, but you may as well put the full details of everything in there anyway, because then that way someone who's looking at just getting everything, regardless of the achievement, can look at the guide and go, oh yes, so this has everything in it, as opposed to, oh, we're only going to cater to the people looking specifically for the achievement. So yeah, there's 10 Nostromo logs. We've gotten 3, but in the guide that I'm using now, which was the first guide I was using, but then I started using a second one, and now I'm back to the first one. In this first guide, the Nostromo log that I've already found using the previous guide is the one that they're pointing me towards now in the first guide. So I'll just have to have a look and see what 3 would be. Neo, cool, wow. You're going to have to muster up the nuts to confront this game. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of moments of tension in this game, especially when you know that it might have been a while since you saved last. And in this game, it's not so much what things you did between saves. It's more about how much time has it taken you to get through a section. So let me give you an example. If there's a part where you've saved and you only need to go to point A, press a switch, point B, open a door, point C, put in a passcode. That's 3 separate events that you need to do. So doing 3 separate events, if you die over again, it might not seem like much. But if between point A and B it took you 10 minutes of real time to get to there, and then from point B to point C it took you 20 minutes, that's 30 minutes of real time that you've spent, in this example I'm using, without saving. So my advice to anyone who wants to play this game, who hasn't yet, is don't think so much in terms of how much stuff you've done since you saved last. Think about how long has it taken you to do it. And trust me, you don't want to have to redo a section again because you saved 15 minutes ago and there's been no autosave since then. I mean, you can rely on autosaves if you want, but if you don't take notice of when the icon appears letting you know that autosave is happening, then you might not know when autosave happened last as well. So that can be a bit tricky. But yeah, sometimes there's been parts of this game where it's like, need to get this done quickly, but took me a while because I didn't actually save it. Have to do it all again. Okay, so I just need to look at this guide and make sure of where I'm up to in it. So we're up to mission 15. What they're counting as Nostromo. Hang on, but in the... this is confusing me now. Because in the list below the guide, it tells me that this is where Nostromo log 4 is, which works out well. But this is Nostromo log 2. Okay. I see where I've been confused. At the top of the video, they keep track of the different things. So you've got an archive log, an ID tag, and a Nostromo log. If you have found Nostromo log 3, this guide keeps Nostromo log 3 up the top. And then when you find the next Nostromo log, that will update. So I just got confused. So the Nostromo log that they're finding here is actually Nostromo Log 4. However, what this does tell me is that the person who did this guide has already gotten Nostromo Log 3. So if I go through and have a look at their list, I need to try and find Nostromo Log 3. Okay, so Nostromo Log 3 is actually in Mission 16 when we're backtracking. Alright. Well, just to make sure I'm actually keeping up with this guide, I'll just go to where this is supposed to be. Oh, that's okay, Neo. Yeah, it's one of those things where there are a lot of sections too where you do have to do there's also some sections where you have to do a lot of things in a short time, but the distance in the location that it takes you is such that you don't really want to feel like having to do all that again as well. Alright, so I've already gotten this Nostromo log, but just want to make sure that I'm following the guide properly and treat it as if I haven't gotten this already. Okay, so this is where we found Nostromo Log 4. Now to look at this guide to see where the next one is, or the next collectible is. Alright, so the next collectible that they get in the guide is in an area that has some poison gas, but we couldn't get there earlier because we didn't have the gas mask at the time, but we do have it now. Sometimes there's a weird glitch with this game where the sound of the flamethrower and the swishing of the fuel inside keeps playing even when you don't actually have the flamethrower equipped.
I see a launch on my terminal. Marlo's already taken one of the shuttles.
Fates really did a number on this place.
He sure did. Hello there, Doc. Welcome on in, Ronnie. Things are going well. Going to be finishing phase 1 of this 10th anniversary playthrough. today. And then we'll be moving on to a game called Vampire. How's things going with you, dude?
Grimgard, my name is Julia Jones, and I'm a writer covering Sevastopol's decommissioning. I was hoping to interview you about your experiences on the station. You know, the limited medical resources, the mental effects on patients in deep space, that kind of thing. But look, Doctor, I've heard there was some kind of incident in the hospital recently. No one seems to know anything. Doctor, if there's a major public health issue here on Sevastopol, people need to know. I'm freelance, unbiased. I don't have any corporate affiliations. Let me be a friend to you. Call me.
Okay, so this part didn't actually have gas in it that we needed a gas mask for, but there is a part coming up. But when I looked at the guide for this little part here, the haze and everything looks similar to poison gas, and I just assumed. Okay, so that was Let Me Be a Friend to You, which was 130. So 130, I'd already gotten it. The other guide that I was using actually got this earlier, whereas this guide that I'm using now actually gets it at this point. So I've already gotten entry 130. So that's a good reason why I've kept a notepad as I've gone through this playthrough, keeping track of what I've actually collected. I've said this many times, but previous playthroughs, if you've collected certain things, it'll already appear in your menu as collected. So there have been some things that before this playthrough that I'm doing now, I'd already collected. So those entries, I'm still going to go into the game and the spot where it's found, because I haven't found it for this playthrough yet. So that was 130. The audio log, Let Me Be a Friend to You. Ronnie, things are going well. You're just hanging out at the end of your day. You hope to get back to streaming some this weekend. You want to play some PS5 Spider-Man 2. Well, that's a good idea, dude. Play some Spider-Man 2. Did you end up finishing that the last time you played it, or did you... I can't remember if you started it or not.
Sounds like the system check went okay. Some ducts still need rewriting, but as I keep getting told, there's not much we can do about it while the Nostromo is in the air. Parker's coming up with the sign-off sheets. But I know Ripley wants to chew his ear about the secondary load unit. I'm gonna stay out of it for now. They know what they're doing. Dallas, Nostromo Captain, signing off.
There we go, another Nostromo log. Alright, so that is the 5th one. System check went okay. Ronnie, you finished it, but you were hoping there would be a new game plus. You might just start it over as a new game. Ah, yeah, I wasn't sure if there was or not. I don't know if there is a new game plus, but that's good to go back to it. And Ronnie, thank you so very much for the 26 months in a row. That's muchly appreciated. Thank you for using your Prime for that as well. Thank you so, so much. Gavin? Hey there, Ryu. Hope it's going well.
Sounds like the system check went okay. Some ducks still need rerouting, but as I keep getting told, there's not much we can do about it while the Nostromo is in the air. Parker's coming up with the sign-off sheets. But I know Ripley wants to chew his ear about the secondary load unit. I'm gonna stay out of it for now. They know what they're doing. Dallas, Nostromo Captain. Bye.
Oh, that's good, Ryu. You made some goodies you might like, and we'll upload them ASAP. No worries at all. I'll check them out soon. Alright, let's look at this guide and see where they are in the map. Oh yeah, so they're up there, cool. Thanks, Ryu. I'll check them out soon. Neo, in the main lobby in Dead by Daylight, if you are Ripley, she has an animation where she's playing with Jones. Oh, that's really cool. That's a good touch. Nice way to reference Jonesy as well. That's cool. Neo, nice. Nick Cage lines are absolutely hilarious. Oh, in his movies, yeah.
With Seegson, there's someone behind you, helping you. Strange. Running causes accidents.
Oh, in Dead by Daylight. I didn't realize he was in that. Hey, Lynch Mob. Hope it's going well.
Shouldn't be here.
Got friggin' enemies up my ass in fucking 2 different directions.
Why not ask me about Sevastopol safety protocol? Houses
gonna get killed here because I've got a fucking android asshole and an alien motherfucker. Yeah, I'm gonna die. But nothing. Molotov cocktail just kill me there. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Alright, so I already got that one. Don't need to re-show that. I just grabbed it again for the sake of making sure that I was keeping track of what I've gotten and what I hadn't.
Sounds like the system check went okay. Some ducks still need rerouting, but as I keep getting told, there's not much we can do about it while the Nostromo is in the air. Power crew's coming up with the sign-off sheets. But I know Ripley wants to chew his ear about the secondary load unit. I'm gonna stay out of it for now. They know what they're doing. Dallas, Nostromo Captain, signing off.
Waits really did a number on this place.
Review hands Rod a Coke and to calm him down. Well, I do have a Pepsi with me. Lynch Mob, well, indeed had a day off work today, so you decided to clean out your room and do chores. Now you're relaxing, watching Western movies before you play Red Dead Redemption. Oh, that's excellent, Lynch Mob, that you've got a day off work. That's excellent. And it's good that you got all that done and then you can just relax as well. So what kind of, well, I mean, what movies have you been watching? Neo? Or maybe a Green Herb Resident Evil style? Yeah. Need a rocket launcher, that'd be good in this game. Ryu, close enough. It is close enough, yep. Neo, you've had some moments in games, but what game has made you lose your shit the most of any game, Rod? Oh, I'm sure that there has been, but I can't really think of any very specific one thing. I mean, there's definitely been games that have had playthroughs I've done that have been absolutely friggin' annoying, like Evil Within on Akumu mode, one hit and you're dead. So that might take the cake, especially Chapter 6. There's a lot of chapters in that game that on that mode are annoying, but Chapter 6, you're in a spot where there's two different levels. There's fire all around, and you got to wait for an NPC ally to actually unlock doors. And in the meantime, you got all these enemies coming at you, and it's one hit and you're dead. And you got to watch out because enemies that you've downed can lash out at you on the ground, and if they touch you, you're dead. You know, so those sorts of things. Yeah, Ryu, really Akuma mode. I'll check out the Discord now. See what you posted. Neo asking with full respect. Oh, that's okay. Never be afraid to ask questions like that. But yeah, I can't really remember any one specific because there's been a lot of games where I've gone, on rants with and all that, but I can't really remember specifics. Review your edits for the Mortal Kombat movie from an alternate universe, lol. Oh yeah, I see what you've done. You've taken some of the actual actors and promo shots from Mortal Kombat and just done face replacement with the actors from the Mortal Kombat movie. Nice. That's a good idea. I mean, you can tell, but it's quite interesting. Yeah, imagine if Cameron Diaz actually did end up playing Sonya, didn't injure her wrist. Yeah, Jennifer Connelly as Katana. And Van Damme as Johnny Cage. Nice. Now, rereading your last comment, it sounded like Neville fucking Bartos. I haven't actually heard of him before. Is he like a comedian or something? This is where the ID tag is. Alright. So this ID tag belongs to J. Jones. Last known location, San Cristobal Medical Facility. ID code 3657. So I'll make note of that. Robin Shu's Liu Kang is definitely one you would keep in both versions. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. He was a mate of Mark Brandon Chopper Reed. Surely you've seen Chopper. I haven't, no. I am aware of the movie and stuff, but haven't actually seen it. Lynchmom currently just finished Clint Eastwood's Fistful of Dollars. Now you're starting a new movie you found that stars Leonardo DiCaprio called Killer of the Flower Moon. Yeah, that one looks interesting, actually. He's a good actor, Leonardo DiCaprio. He does a lot of wide range of different things. Hey, Mr. Gote, thanks for redeeming No Tracker. So that is that collected. Okay, so for the next 15 minutes of real time, I can't use the tracker.
Coordinates already in the system. Just punch the dash.
What about you?
You gotta be careful here because the alien can get you before you get to this seat. To quote C-3PO, the damage doesn't look so bad from up here. Neo, great Aussie flick. Yeah, the actor who played Chopper in that movie, before he started doing a lot of movie roles, he was actually known as a comedian. There were these two shows in the 1980s and 1990s. The first one was called Fast Forward, and then in the 90s they rebranded as Full Frontal. And I do believe that he started on the second version, Full Frontal. And there was a news presenter that had a certain slicked kind of like hairstyle, like a bowl, not really a bowl cut, but there was a very stylized way that he had his hair. And anyway, one of the characters that Eric Bana would actually make fun of that presenter. And he'd have like even bigger hair than the actual real life guy that he was making fun of. But yeah, he had his roots in Australian comedy and all that kind of stuff. Which, I mean, I haven't seen the movie, but I do know that Chopper in real life kind of had a bit of a like a sense of humor, I guess, of a kind. And it would make sense that he would be a good fit to play the character. But yeah, I haven't seen the movie, but I think Eric Bana's a bit underrated. Although I wouldn't say he's like an amazing actor or anything, but he's done some some good stuff. There was this movie that he was in that I didn't mind as well. I think he played this police officer whose partner, not his partner, played a police officer who was investigating an exorcism case or something like that. Mr. Gote tracker redacted, indeed. Rio DiCaprio finally winning the Oscar for getting mauled by a bear. Yeah. Neo, he deserved one for his for this boy's life with De Niro yonks ago. Yeah, it's just certain actors that you think would have gotten one before. Then again, the Oscars are kind of like, I mean, there was a time where I was very interested in watching them, but that was more so in the late 90s, early 2000s. But eventually I got bored of that and don't really pay much attention to the Oscars. I mean, it is nice to get recognition for stuff, but I don't think an actor should base whether they're successful or not, whether they've got an Oscar or not, Mr. Gote, where are the Death Star plans? They're not in the main computer. Beep bop. part of the Rebel Alliance and a traitor. Take her away. That's right, Neo, Eric Bana. Your Fistful of Dollars, the start of the Man with No Name trilogy, and was more or less an unofficial remake of Yojimbo. Exactly. And then Bruce Willis did a remake of A Fistful of Dollars called Last Man Standing, but it was set during the Prohibition era. But it's the same story. You know, a stranger goes into a town, there's two gangs that are against each other. He works for both of them, they find out, and he gets the shit kicked out of him, almost gets killed, you know, that kind of stuff. Neo Very, The Castle and the Nugget were great also. That's true, The Castle was a very funny movie. I saw that one. There's also one called The Dish that I saw by the same people. Your intro to Eric Bana was Hulk. Ironic because that film also had Jennifer Connelly, which goes back to your editor Ferris Katana. Exactly, Ryu. It's like the 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. You can relate so much stuff back to whatever you want, really. I mean, not necessarily always in like, you know, one or, you know, like 6 or less moves, but, you know, you could find a way to tie Bruce Lee to Jim Carrey if you tried hard enough.
Ricardo, can you hear me?
We've been out of range. Not sure how much longer the link's gonna last. How much longer the link's gonna last.
I actually toyed with a channel point reward one time where it would basically be like you would redeem it and I would try and link someone to Kevin Bacon or, you know, do something similar. Or like have someone choose an actor and then have me think about how I could tie that actor to, you know, a different actor or something. You know what I mean? Like try and tie Sam Neill to actor, what can I use? Peter Jason, which is pretty easy because they were both in John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness. But just as an example, I thought of that as a channel point reward one time, but I just thought it'd be too time consuming because I'd have to actually stop and think about it. Jim Carrey starred in The Mask, which had Cameron Diaz, and she was going to be Sonya in Mortal Kombat, which stars Robin Shou as Liu Kang. Mortal Kombat is based on Enter the Dragon, which stars Bruce Lee, and Liu Kang is based on him. Exactly. There you go. See? It just depends on what aspect you're connecting from one thing to the next. Okay, so that, the guide that I'm looking at doesn't get that next from where I'm up to, so I'll leave that until the guide actually goes for it. Uh-huh.
We may have broken our losing streak. We've barely been scraping a living the past couple of years, and the Anisadora is starting to look like the wrecks we salvage. Can't say the crew's been faring any better. Then we found that flight recorder. It belongs to a ship, the Nostromo, Weyland-Yutani property. That means there'll be a reward. But then Marlowe had an even better idea. Extrapolate the path of the flight recorder to try to find the wreck of the Nostromo. We got lucky. Found a distress signal, and now we're following it. This is it. I can feel it in my bones. He always said he'd do right by me.
Feeling lucky, ironic, given the fate of Foster. Alright, so that's entry 131. There you go, we got Bridget Wilson. Yeah, I think she did a great job as Sonia. Especially, you know, how much time she had to prep for the movie as well. Okay, so that's that audio recording. They go on from that. And yeah, so now they go to that terminal. Lyndon Ashby was a solid Johnny Cage too. He was. He did a great job. Good, some more flamethrower fuel. Definitely going to need as much of that as possible because due to the nature of this playthrough, collecting everything and using a guide, it meant having to stick my neck out for longer than I normally would. And that, of course, exposed me to the alien more often. And using the flamethrower more often than I usually would has meant that I've got very, very low ammo for it this time around. Usually in my playthrough, I like to only use it sparingly. Signal detected. Marlowe, Heist says he's just picked up some kind of signal. I've got Lewis trying to decode it now. Could be the Nostromo. Want to come up and see for yourself? Technicians report 10:24:21:37. Marlowe, I just had to do some much-needed work on the sublight engines. The old girl was complaining so loudly I'm surprised something didn't fall off during the last jump. Everything's holding together for now, but she'll need a full overhaul soon, and not just for the core systems. We keep pushing her like this and we're going to end up being the only salvage crew hitchhiking through deep space. It's going to be an expensive job, so let's hope you're right about that beacon. It could be our last chance for a decent paycheck. Anyway, I had to reset the door key code afterwards. The new one is 4510. Lewis.
We're outside Sevastopol. Marlowe and Foster woke up first. She looked terrible. Meeks and me are about to take a shuttle to the station. But well, this has got to break quarantine procedures, right? It's Marlowe's ship. She's Marlowe's wife. And things got heated. And Meeks got a bloody nose. So, I don't know. Maybe the doctors will give her the all clear and things can get to normal. But if they sniff it out when we get on board, I don't want any part of it. Marlowe doesn't pay nearly enough for that kind of noise.
So going through and, you know, listening to these audio logs and all this kind of stuff, we're on the Anesidora, which is the ship that Marlowe and his crew own, and they used to go down to the planet that will become known as LV-426 later in the timeline. And so, similar to what happened in the Alien movie when Kane gets face-hugged and they bring him back on board the Nostromo, Ellen Ripley, Amanda's mother, tries to prevent them from coming back onto the ship because she's following the proper procedure, but Ash overrides her and lets them in. So you have a similar plot point being used again in this. This character that was speaking in this audio log, he is loyal to Marlowe, but only up to a point, and that point is pay. So Marlowe's wife has the embryo, the alien, inside her. They just assume that what happened to her and the process is probably just going to be something different, you know. I guess when you think about it, it's like, why would they think it's some small minor medical issue? Like the thing literally latched onto her face, you know what I mean? But if you look at the Alien movie, when the facehugger gets off of Kane's thing and he seems fine, everything's back to normal. But you would think they'd be like, hang on, you just had a fucking alien creature attached to your face. Don't shouldn't we be a bit more like, serious but they don't. So this explains what is happening. This explains what happened with the Anisadora crew in more detail than what we actually played in the flashback mission. And this guy who actually recorded this, there's another recording or another entry where we see how he had to stop, I think it was Meeks, had to stop Meeks from talking more about the thing that had happened. He wanted to distance himself as much from Marlowe and everyone as possible. Error, invalid argument. Okay, Mr. Gote, so the no tracker redeem was redeemed 16 minutes ago, so I can use the tracker again now. Thanks for redeeming that. Neo, absolutely Ryu, that Veronica Vaughn, so hot. That's right, that was her character in, Billy Madison, wasn't it? You would also keep Kari Hiroyuki Tagawa as Shang Tsung, even Christopher Lambert as Raiden. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't blame you, Ryu, for wanting to keep those actors in those roles. Yeah. Sorry. You a big Mortal Kombat fan, Neo? Nice. Oh, that's cool, because Ryu is as well. He's the go-to Mortal Kombat fan and expert on the channel here. Lynch, you might watch all the Alien movies after seeing you play Isolation. Oh, nice, cool. Have you seen them before? Because if not, I kind of envy you in a way, not being, able to rewatch them again watch them for the first time all over again. Mr. Gator, you're most welcome. Happy to spend points. Also, you saw Silent Hill, the short message is up. Are you going to play that at all? Nah. My sort of like, my feeling on the Silent Hill franchise is, yeah, it's it's fairly weak. Like, Konami slept on the franchise for over 10 years, and it's just like, ugh. Even like I saw the combat trailer for Silent Hill 2 Remake, and I'm like, this is, I don't know. So yeah, I'm not really excited for any Silent Hill stuff. What I was excited for, though, and was very happy to see, was that Until Dawn is getting remastered and coming out this year. I thought that was excellent timing, because the original version celebrates its 10th anniversary this year. So yeah, I'm more excited about a remaster of Until Dawn than I am a remake of Silent Hill 2 or any Silent Hill project. I'm also curious about Hideo Kojima's new stealth game that he's going to be doing. And I don't know. I think people should temper their expectations, though. I don't think it's going to just be another Metal Gear Solid, but a new IP. You know what I mean? Going by the tease that they released and what he was talking about, the merging of movies and video games, I would not be surprised if it's one of those situations where you're watching it like a movie, and then something will happen in the game, and then boom, you're in control, and then something will happen in the game based on your actions, and that will shift. I'm just guessing. I'm just throwing bullshit and see what sticks. But imagine if his game is such that your actions in gameplay then change the course of the next scene of the live action stuff in real time as you go through. I don't mean like the game stops and then it shows you the thing. Like, imagine you have the intro movie and then it goes boom into the action straight away, you're controlling it, and then there's no sort of like seams between the transitions. So you could go from having the character run and hide, and then the next scene, the next part, the camera could be moving to an enemy that's going by, and then if you press the timing right and get out after they've gone past, that would then affect something. So maybe the next scene could end up being another guard comes at you because you weren't thinking and you didn't think that maybe you had to stop a bit longer, things like that. That would be kind of crazy, like a roller coaster of a thing, but then also have moments where you sort of like stop and it lets you breathe a bit and use stealth. So I'm very curious to see what he's going to do, but by the sounds of it, it's going to be some kind of hybrid between movies and video games. So I don't know if it's going to be something like that, like I guessed, or who knows. but it'll be interesting to see. Are you Mortal Kombat fans? Street Fighter and Double Dragon as well? Exactly, yeah. Yeah, all got you covered there with those. Lunch Mob, the only ones you haven't seen are Prometheus and Alien Covenant. Oh, nice. Well, that's cool that you're going to be able to see the other ones. Even though there's some, I'm like, ugh, when I think about them. But it'd be interesting to see what you think about those ones, Lunch Mob. Mr. Go Taste the Silent Hill Redacted. Yeah, this kind of. I mean, I'm open to being, impressed with Silent Hill 2. But for now, I'm just like, I just want to see it being played, see it in action. That's the best way to decide. Also, Death Stranding 2, and it looks like Silent Hill is using the Resident Evil 7 engine in the short message. Oh, does it? Oh, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. Konami doing that. If that's the case, you do wonder who he will get for the lead. That's a good question, Ryu. I mean, I think Norman Reedus will probably be in that stealth game, but I don't know if he'd be the main character. Wouldn't it be funny, Ryu, if Mads Mikkelsen actually was the main character that you played as, and then Norman Reedus was the villain? Sort of, because as much as I know about Death Stranding, it seems like Mads Mikkelsen was the villain and Norman Reedus is the hero. Just do a swapping of it. Now, you've seen some hilarious reviews and vids on that walking sim. Oh, the message. Yeah, it must have been out for a few hours now then. Okay, so that was 131. I've already made note of that. 132. Signal detected. 133. Approaching Sevastopol. It's funny, when I was thinking about a title for this part of the playthrough, recently I watched a video of Kurt Russell talking about his iconic roles, but Big Trouble in Little China wasn't in the video. I'm like, you had one job, and you didn't even mention Big Trouble in Little China. It's like, come on. Jack Burton is a very iconic character. Anyway, when I was thinking about the stream title for this, I was thinking, what could I call the last part of this playthrough? Because this is the last stream for the Phase 1. And I'm like, I know, Escape from Sevastopol. So that's how I came up with the stream title for this part of the playthrough. Video guide says that was 128 to 131. Okay, so we've already gotten that. Signal detected. Hang on, technician's report. Oh yeah, that's 134. I didn't take note of that one. 134, technician's report. Report now. Oops. Yeah, that's a weird swap. But then again, Mads played some heroic characters, and Norman played a jackass in Blade 2. What? And that's another collab he did with his buddy John Carpenter. Yeah, Ryu. Yeah, I mean, they mentioned Escape from New York, which of course was definitely great. But I would definitely say that Jack Burton is another great, iconic character that he's played, you know. And I don't know, like, I could get why a movie like Big Trouble in Little China might be controversial to some people, but it wasn't done from a parody perspective. It's not making fun of, Chinese people or culture or anything like that. What it is making fun of is the kind of character that Jack Burton is, which is the kind of character that is in a lot of, movies, that's what they're making fun of, and that's the joke. They're not making fun of the Chinese people or the culture or anything like that. They're making fun of an American character who thinks that he's John Wayne, but he actually isn't. He thinks he's this big heroic guy that's going to go in there and, save the day, but he's the one that accidentally shoots the roof above his head and gets knocked out during most of the fight. Or some of the fight, So if they were leaving it off the list or not wanting to do it because of some, fear that they were going to be, offending anyone, it's like the movie's not, it's a love letter to the, the Hong Kong action mystical martial arts movies, and all that kind of stuff. So it's parodying the type of character type that Jack Burton is thinking he is, but he isn't. But it's paying homage and reverence to the Hong Kong action movies that had like fantasy elements and stuff like that. I think it's a really great movie. So it's a shame that they didn't address it in that video. But I mean, I guess it's not a mainstream movie. You know what I mean? Like, then again, Escape from New York is a bit of a cult classic. So I don't know. I don't know their reasoning why they didn't talk to him about it. Dude, that was also one of the films that inspired Mortal Kombat. Yeah, that's true.
Ricardo, in case you're hearing me, I've got the Anisadora's basic power systems back online. Doors should be open. Hopefully some light. Still no sign of Marlowe.
You do wonder how Carpenter and Russell feel about that.
Welcome to the Anisadora.
Marlowe? Where are you, Marlowe?
Thanks for switching the power back on. You saved me a job. I only needed it offline temporarily. I had some things to fix.
But yeah, I don't know, to be honest. In the video that I watched, someone asked Kurt Russell about his thoughts on the character of Solid Snake, which was, obviously the name referencing or being an homage to Snake Plissken and all that kind of stuff. And to paraphrase what Kurt Russell said, he said basically that any sort of like extra media that they tried to, do versions of his character of or anything like that, he kind of didn't have anything to do with it, as in like he said that they would say to him things like, oh, we could do this with the character, we could do this with that, and he was just, sort of like only really interested in the character insofar as the work that they had already done, in that movie. So I guess thinking about that, if you were to tell Kurt Russell that Big Trouble in Little China helped inspire the Mortal Kombat franchise, I don't really know if he'd really be, he'd probably... So this is a thing to be aware of too and remember, is that, celebrities and actors and all that kind of stuff. For some, once they've done a role, that's it. Like, they don't mind being, interviewed about it and all that kind of stuff, but they don't really think of it beyond the impact that it had, and they don't, it's not like they keep up to date with everything. You know what I mean? Like, if I was to do a video game based on, let's take a movie from a long time ago. If I was going to do a video game based on, let's just say, Dirty Harry, right? And if you said to Clint Eastwood, hey, there's a Dirty Harry video game, he might be curious and want to have a look at it, but it's not like he'd be scouring the internet every day of his, life looking for any news about any video games made about his movies, you know what I mean? Just use an example. But yeah, it's hard to say what someone would think about something like that, but I mean, things inspire other stuff all the time too, so. But you never know. Imagine getting Snake Plissken in a Mortal Kombat game.
Maybe you want to join my crew. Plenty of free spots.
Ripley, Marlowe double-crossed me. He said he'd give me all the data he had on the creature so I could take it to the company, but he...
Taylor? Taylor! Marlo, what are you doing?
What no one else seems prepared to do. Come find me, Ripley. I got something for you.
Sevastopol, log 543374. Whatever it was that attached itself to Foster is dead. I found it on the floor by her bed, all curled up like a spider. Foster said she felt fine, but I insisted on putting her into hypersleep. That thing must have done something to her, but maybe I can slow the process. Sevastopol's the nearest station, so I'm going to get her checked out. Quarantine will be a problem, but I figure the Nostromo flight recorder may be the ticket in. Whatever we have to do.
Anisadora, this is Marshal Waits of Sevastopol. Officially, I should deny your request to dock. Sevastopol is currently being decommissioned, and I can't compromise security for unscheduled vessels. However, in the light of the property you found, I will allow a small number of your crew to dock via a short-range shuttle. I must remind you that Sevastopol is entitled to a cut of any reward for return of said property once it's on station. Let me know your decision. Waits out.
You know what's also ironic about the first Mortal Kombat game? We all know how the original idea was a game with JCVD. Johnny Cage was actually the first character they did filming for, and he's even all over the cabinet artwork. And yet Liu Kang was the main hero. Yeah, I mean, that's a good indication of, obviously Van Damme being a big name. If he actually did sign on to do it, then retrospectively, Johnny Cage might have been the main character. You know what I mean? So, yeah. But, I mean, then again, I don't know if their original plan was that, or they just felt like they would use that, I guess. Welcome back, Neo. You had to order some curry for dinner, and there's this joint down the road that does the most unreal mango chicken. It's a hidden gem. Oh, that sounds really nice. Mango chicken. That sounds really, really good, Neo. And welcome back. Sadly, you've heard some bad things about NetherRealm Studios lately, and that's not good because we know Ed Boon is a good man, but these microtransactions and putting it on Switch and not normal Xbox was a slap in the face. Yeah, that's the thing. These new games that come out and take advantage of the microtransactions and all that kind of stuff. It's like spend 30 in-game hours to get this, or just pay $20. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind. Like, here's the thing. You know how a lot of games on PC modders will come up with like, mods to have all these outfits and all these different character models? That's what the official releases should be looking at doing. Looking at the various things. So, for example, if you bring out a new Mortal Kombat game, right? DLC characters, I think, is enough, you know, and give them multiple outfits that they can wear, you know. So Johnny Cage, have him be able to wear multiple outfits, and through simply finishing the story, give him an alternate outfit or something like that. You know what I mean? Things that are going to have some kind of like, not just financial value, but also some kind of like novelty value as well. You know, instead of pay all this money and get all these like things on the map, it's like, how about you just make it that when the player gets half of the collectibles, the other half just gets shown on the map automatically. That's what I like about the Animus fragments in Assassin's Creed Revelations. There's 100, but when you collect 50, the rest appear on the map. So you just have to look at where they are, mark their icon on the map, and then go to them and then collect them. You know, things like that. That's okay, Neo, for the welcome back. Yes, that was very sketchy. Unlockables in game, how you missed the concept. Yeah, I understand they want to make some extra money aside from selling the game, but I don't think giving the player the option to spend $100 on multiple different colors of the same thing is necessarily going to be something, Obviously, what we individually value things at is different to everyone else, you know. So there might be some people who truly value the ability to spend that money and get those benefits because to them it's money well spent. Like someone who looks at a product and goes, okay, this product is $100. I'm not going to buy it. I don't think it's worth $100. Someone else might come across and go, only $100? I would have thought it would have been 250. This is a bargain. So that person would get it. You know, whether or not something has value, there's an objective value, obviously. If you're going to try and sell something and the market is not going to sell it for $500 and you're expecting $1,000, then you need to temper your expectations. You know, you're not going to get. It's like those people on those porn star shows where they come in and they're like, yeah, so I got this thing. How much do you think it's worth? I'll call up my pro. Come down. Yeah, I think this is worth $20,000. And the person's eyes light up and they're like, oh, $20,000. And then the person at the establishment is like, I'll give you 100. But he just said it's $20,000. Yeah, but, da 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 da. But there are things where it's like, nah, it's not worth that amount of money. Like if you said, okay, you can unlock every single outfit in the game 6 months after the game's come out, and it's going to cost $5, then I guess, it's like weigh it up, But when the game comes out and being able to just get that for $5 is like, I don't know. But for some, they don't want to spend the time to collect something, which is fair enough, But there's just so many different variables to consider. Okay, so that was 135 Sevastopol. 136 was an Isadora Hale. Okay, so there's no more collectibles in this mission. Okay, so mission 16, the guy that I'm looking at classifies this mission as the backtracking for collectibles. Yeah, that would be interesting to do in a fighting game where you have characters that are unlockable in game and those who are DLC. Yeah, create a balance between things that are easily earned and those that are earned through doing a bit, but also balance how much time it takes. So don't make something that is only a simple thing be 30 hours to earn in game. Like if you wanted to unlock a secret level and you had to do something in the game to get it and reach a certain point and it took you 30 hours of real time to get to that point, I mean, it better be a fucking awesome secret level, but I'm just using this as an example. Something that would be an incentive to spend that amount of time, but make it not an activity you have to do over and over again for 30 hours, but naturally through progressing through the story, you get to the 30-hour mark in the story, and then as a bonus, you get the 30, you get a secret level that unlocks, things like that. Why the hell did Switch get Mortal Kombat 1? It had a disastrous release, yet here's a huge fan like yourself scratching your head wondering why you can't play on your current gen. Rant over. I don't blame you, Neo. I don't know, like I understand, but what they should have done is they should have done like an alternate version for the Switch. Like what they could have done, they could have been really inventive and they could have done an old school style 2D Mortal Kombat experience for Mortal Kombat 1 and have it be stylized graphics, for that. Similar to what they did with Ghostbusters, the game from 2009. On the Nintendo Wii, it actually had different graphics. Now, I know that the Mortal Kombat 1 on Switch has different graphics, but I mean to say a different style of graphics on purpose that was still good quality, but it was just a different style. They could have done something like that for the release of Mortal Kombat 1 on the Switch. So you still get the same story, you still get to play as the same characters, they still have the same fatalities, they still have the same levels, but stylistically the graphics would be more suitable for the actual system, and have like an alternate version. But then again, I know there'd probably be some fans of the Nintendo Switch who are like, nah, but I want to play I don't want no different looking version, which is fair enough, but if the version they're going to give you is going to look shit, then you got to weigh that up against, things. Pay to win thing is so sad. You play Mortal Kombat Mobile and you never paid for anything, yet you still have fun. Oh, that's good too. And that's the important thing, like the fun aspect. Like that's something that's important to remember. Exactly, Neo, yeah. View with hand-drawn sprites. Well, maybe. I mean, they could have done that as an extra vision mode. Like a filter, not really a filter, but an unlockable. But yeah, something that would be more suitable for the Nintendo Switch's capabilities. But you get the same game otherwise.
I tried to save Boston, brought him to Sevastopol, broke all the rules getting her ashore. That was stupid of me. Stupid. You don't beat this thing, Ripley. You can't. All you can do is refuse to engage. You gotta wipe out every trace, destroy any clue, stop its infection from spreading, make sure there's no chance of the human race ever making contact with it again. Because the moment it makes contact, it's won. The company's never gonna know what happened here. Nobody please. I won't allow it.
Neo, hope I'm not slowing your gameplay, Yapping Rod. Neo, it is absolutely part of being a streamer, and I definitely, want to make sure that I'm catching up with chat and all that kind of stuff. So, never feel like chatting is going to, do anything to negatively impact, my playthrough or gaming or anything like that. It's like when something happens in the game and I'm looking at chat and my character might die. I never blame chat for that because I'm the one who actually looked at chat in the moment I should have been paying attention in the game, just to use an example. So yeah, never feel like you're stopping the gameplay or anything like that. And I'm definitely more than happy to, respond to people's comments and stuff like that as well, because that's the balance. It's playing the game, but also responding to chat as well. Mortal Kombat with hand-drawn sprites is like Street Fighter with digitized graphics, and that already happened with Street Fighter the movie, the game, the movie. Yeah, you're definitely not wrong there, Ryu, with that. But yeah, I mean, that could have been an alternative thing for the Nintendo Switch version of Mortal Kombat 1. Make it good, stylized graphics for the capabilities, but keep everything else the same, the story, the character, looks, and things. See you at the party, Richter. Or maybe not. In the game Outlast, there's a point where an enemy gets crushed. When you're in an elevator, they get crushed by the elevator passing through the floor. Their arms don't get cut off or anything, but I always like to say, "See you at the party, Traeger," whenever it happens. If they ever want to take that approach, you can see them basing the art off the Mortal Kombat Legends animated movies. That's a good point. Yeah, because that would be a good thing. This is such a great moment. You would swear that Sigourney Weaver recorded this dialogue back in 1979 because her performance in this new dialogue that she recorded all these years later when this game came out in 2014, phenomenal job. And it's such a great character moment too, because Amanda hasn't heard her mother's voice for 15 years, and this is her hearing it for the first time in 15 years. And from Ellen's perspective, she just expects to see her daughter again in a few weeks. 57 years it takes for her to be found after the events of Alien. 75 years. Like, holy shit. This is 15 years after the events of Alien. Aliens is 75 years. 57. Not 75. 57 years after the first Alien. So we have a great, emotional moment here with Amanda Ripley. And when you know the fate of Sigourney, of Ellen Ripley, and that they don't see each other ever again, it just adds an extra layer of, sadness to the whole thing.
Added report. Personal message. This is for my daughter. Hi, Amanda. I'm recording this for you, my sweetheart, and I hope you get to hear it one day. You see, I got into trouble. My ship, there was an accident, sweetheart, and, we found an alien creature. It was very dangerous, and the only way we could stop it was to destroy the ship. I'm okay. I'm stuck on this lifeboat, long way out. But we had to destroy the ship. We had to destroy the Nostromo. We just couldn't risk bringing that thing home with us. I needed to protect you. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. I'm sure I'll see you very soon. I love you, sweetheart.
Oh my God.
Now you understand. I'm going to overload the fusion reactor.
That'll turn the reactor into a goddamn nuke. You'll destroy the ship and the station.
It'll annihilate every trace of that creature. Ripley, it's the only way. I can't let it live. And I'm not letting the company have it, or they'll just start the whole thing over again.
Listen to me! We don't have to do this!
Stop! Stop it, Marlo!
Marlo, please.
You heard what your mother did. She understood. If she was here, she'd be helping me. You think she would want company suits knowing the zip code of that creature? No one must know.
There are still people alive on the station! Marlo!
Foster's not. She was my wife. I loved her. And I killed her.
I think I was too late. He set it going. He set it going!
Taylor, I'll stop the overload. You have to help me. Go to that console.
Warning. Fusion reactor overload in progress.
Open the fusion system so I can work on them.
What?
I need power sent to the auxiliary generator. Look for the letters AUX.
I found it!
Whoops. Always forget about this part.
Okay, you're doing good, Taylor. Now switch the maintenance terminal from auto to manual. Do you see it?
I can't find it!
It'll be there, Taylor. Trust me. That's it.
Oh well, that's a good way to show you what happens if you take too long.
Okay, you're doing good, Taylor. Now switch the maintenance terminal from auto to manual. Do you see it? It'll be there, Taylor. Trust me. That's it.
Always makes me think of the Metroid games when you have to escape before the planet blows up. Which, is definitely fitting because Alien is one of the inspirations behind Metroid in the first place.
Craft coupling malfunction. Service offline.
Ricardo.
Ripley, the Anisadora blast took out the orbital stabilizers. We're about to fall from the sky. I'm trying to contact the Torrens, but the comms are still locked. The ambulance you just docked is screwed. The Torrens is our only way off this.
Neo, we need a Shaolin Monks 2 as well. That was cool. That is a game that I need to actually finish. I need to slot it in, but I do still plan to do a Mortal Kombat marathon on the channel. I just need to get my hands on all the games, and the other thing I need to do is find a good timing to do it. But I definitely want to get to that this year and actually play through Shaolin Monks for the first time. Ryu, thank you for redeeming the Arnie in Alien Isolation. What do you mean? You shut the access door to the elevator. All your guns and supplies mean jack shit to me when the synthetic that was chasing you is still fucking down here. I don't think it's seen me. It stood staring at your old magazines in the blood plant overlook. Get back down here and open this door. Now. Thank you, Ryu, for redeeming that. It really was, Ryu, that moment when Amanda hears her mother's voice for the first time in 15 years and realizes that, she's still out there somewhere, that she still hasn't been able to find where she is. And from Ellen's perspective, thinking that she's going to be seeing her daughter soon, and that soon never comes, all that kind of stuff. It's a great moment too if you're a fan of Alien as well. Yeah, Neo, that one worked out well. Having, now, how, now, sow, cow, yeah, dear, here, dear, everywhere. there's some words that he says a certain way.
The broadcast from the lane just updated.
Hello, Sevastopol. Can you respond? We just saw a ship blow on your starboard side, took out an entire orbital stabilizer array. We have no place to dock. Please, tell us what's going on in there. We can take survivors. I'll leave this channel open. Torrens out.
Ma. You motherfucking alien! How about I go Jason on your ass?
Thank you for redeeming that, Lightus. How's things going, dude? Please don't shut down channel, please. Why? You're doing well? That's excellent, dude. Glad to hear that. Oh no, in the game they said keep that channel open. Oh, I gotcha. There was a thing in the game that you were riffing off of. That's fair enough. I was like, shutting down the channel, what? Wait, what? Lotus, no, they will never shut your channel. Well, thanks, Lightus. I'm glad that you like the channel and that you get enjoyment out of it. Use the ion torch. Wouldn't that hurt, using your ion torch? Love your crow. Thank you so much for the follow. This is super chill. Yeah, I like to try and keep it that way. I mean, obviously there's parts where I'll swear my head off at the game and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, nice, relax, fuck you fucking game, you fucking piece of shit, you fucking bullet. And then it's like, da 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 da.
Welcome to Seegson Communications. Please sign in at reception.
Please sign in at reception. No. We will not be doing that. Okay, so this is mission 16, but the guide that I'm looking at uses this opportunity to do a lot of backtracking. Alright, so the guide says we have now all upgrades to backtracking some collectibles. You see the entire way on the map marked with start and destination. It is a long way and there is no other option to get these collectibles. So we start now and take the elevator here to the Lorenz Sistek lobby. Alright, cool. So we need to take the elevator to Lorenz Sistek. Lotus, that is fun. The rage is real, the rage is cool, the rage is funny. The rage makes funny, in turn makes money. Yeah, well, that's the thing too. You know, like, it's like the angry video game nerd. Who would have thought that he would have been able to do what he did by just simply playing a character that's, you know, swore and came up with creative swear words and combinations and, you know, making fun of games and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, when someone gets angry at something, it can be funny. And I definitely, like, in the moment, I might not see this funny side of it, but after the moment's passed and I have a look back, it's like, yeah, that was pretty funny actually, to get upset over something like that. But that's the thing, right? Like, when something really pisses me off in a game and I rage at it, especially if it's a game that I like, it doesn't affect how I feel about the game overall, because I know it's just a temporary thing. It's like Akumu mode with Evil Within. Yeah, it's a pain in the ass on that mode when you get killed by one hit. There might be moments where it's like, fuck this game! But I do like the game still. I can still find enjoyment out of it. It's just that playing on Akumu mode, it puts you into situations that require you to basically be open to getting killed quicker. Okay, so I'll just wait till the guide catches up with that message off. Alright, so they go into the elevator, which we've done. Okay, so I'm in the same position that they are, so that's good. This video guide that I'm looking at, and I'll actually link to it and give credit to the channel. What's good about it is, and I wish a lot of other guides actually did this, first they show you on your map the area that you need to be in to get the collectible. Then they cut to the gameplay. Instead of just being directly in front of the thing that you need to collect and then moving on to the next thing, they actually show you where your character is positioned on the map in the gameplay. And then what they do is they give you a surveillance of the area in which it's located. Like, for example, right now they're walking to the destination, but they'll also sometimes stop and look around so that you can actually orientate yourself and where things are and all that kind of stuff. So there's a great attention to detail like that. So if I do this, alright, so the channel on YouTube is 360 Game TV. So that's the channel that has the Alien Isolation guide. And I'll then provide a link to the actual guide. It's funny, I've got the BTTV emote alien thing. Whenever the word alien gets typed in, I need to change that actually to be something else, but But yeah, that's the actual link to the video guide that I've been using for this playthrough. There was another guide that I was using, but I only used it for a little bit, and they were only really concerned with achievements, and they didn't show where all the archive logs actually were. So I'd rather link to the one that does go really in depth and shows you that stuff. Linus Echo the Dolphin video was so funny. You know, I don't know if I've seen that. Like, if it's one of his newer ones, I haven't seen it because I've sort of fallen off. Not because I don't like him or his content anymore. It's just that I naturally haven't watched any of his stuff for a long time. So I don't know. Was that one of his older episodes or one of his newer ones? Oh my God, Akumu mode. You want to finish it in Akumu mode? Yeah, one hit knockout. Yeah, I mean it's tough because there's sections that you get past and then boom, you get killed, and a checkpoint wasn't created when you got to the new section. You know, things like that. But yeah, definitely, Lightus. You know, hopefully you can get it done. Neo, you struggle with Evil Within, didn't give it much of a chance. You must retry it. It's understandable, Neo, because as much as I do like that game, it does have a certain way about it that is very rough around the edges. And I'm not just talking like the style of the graphics, which I like that aspect, but the gameplay itself is a bit rough around the edges in several ways. So it can be hard to get past that and enjoy the experience. I found it myself to be one of those games where once I had finished it, I wanted to play it again and again and again. And while there are still a lot of tough sections and sections that I'm like, oh great, I've got to do this section again. Overall, I did really enjoy the Evil Within 1. I like the sequel as well, but I prefer the aesthetic of the first one. Hey there, little pumpkin. I hope it's going well. Oh, I've been good. I've been good. I saw that video that you whispered to me, but I haven't actually watched it yet. But I definitely will. I've got it in my YouTube watch later list. But thank you for sharing that, though. Neo, was that apparition you come across that kills you in one hit? You don't know where to go, and he kept killing you. Oh, yeah. I mean, that can be tough, too. You're trying to figure out where to go, and you've got an enemy that is very formidable, and you're trying to figure all that out very quickly before they actually hit you or get to you again. This is the ID tag of M. Perry. Last known location, Lorensis Expire. ID code 5831. So these are the things that you need to wait until you get to mission 16 to be able to go back and get. So that was that ID tag. I'll just take note of that. M. Perry. Little Pumpkin, oh yes, we've got a bit about that. The guy that has that channel is really cool. You can see his passion for Tomb Raider. Always enjoyable to watch his videos. And nice that you've been good. Thanks, Little Pumpkin. Yeah, week has been going well. Can't believe it's almost Friday again. But yeah, start of a new month. And in 13, well, about, depending, for some people it's still the 31st of January, but about 13 or 14 days until the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 come out. So that's very exciting. I can't wait for them to come out. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of passionate creators out there, Little Pumpkin, not just for, games in general, but also, Tomb Raider and that. It's got a really great, wealth of, fans and different things. With every franchise, there's gatekeeper fans and all that kind of stuff, and, fans that are like, only this is good, everything else is bad, nothing in between, but, for the most part, the Tomb Raider community is definitely a really good one as well. Let's see what they get next in the guide. The Pumpkin, yep, remaster of Tomb Raider, already got it. Have seen a few short clips. If those are real, remaster is quite different. And they added photo mode. Woo, will you stream it? Bit dude, they also finally announced the release date for Hellblade 2. You're so excited for that. Otherwise, you don't know. Going as usual, quite busy though, and started streaming a bit more. Well, that's cool that you started streaming a bit more, Little Pumpkin. That's good, especially if it's something that you can enjoy as well. And photo mode with that will be excellent. They'll definitely be really cool. IGN recently, I think it was them, or there was some channel on YouTube, recently released footage of the first Tomb Raider game with RTX, which isn't the remasters, but people are getting confused now and thinking that the remasters are going to look like that. So if recently you've seen a video about Tomb Raider 1 that has RTX anywhere in the title, that's not actually the remaster that's officially coming out this month. It's actually a remaster of all three Tomb Raider games, the first three, Tomb Raider, Tomb Raider 2, and Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft. And the bonus content that was expansion content back in the day is being bundled with each of those games as well. But yeah, there's a lot of mods for the old school Tomb Raider games. Years now they've done mods and stuff. So yeah, there's going to be a bit of confusion, I think, for some people if they've seen certain videos that aren't the official one versus the official one, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I definitely will be streaming it. Yeah, I'm trying to time things right so that I can finish whatever game I'm doing on Monday through to Friday, finish it on the day before Tomb Raider remasters come out, and then that way the next day I can jump straight into the Tomb Raider remasters. Well, if you don't know what you've seen, Lara looked a bit less edgy. Well, I can give an example because I actually saw a video recently on YouTube, so I'll go through my YouTube history. and have a look at it. Alright, so I found it, and it was IGN that posted it. Alright, so they posted it about 7 days ago. What they've done is, in their title, they've called it Tomb Raider RTX Remix Remastered. Now, the fact that the remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 that are coming out officially are remasters, that could confuse people. But it's a completely different thing. It's a mod that fans have done of the very first Tomb Raider game. So yeah, this is not the official remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3. This is a fan mod of Tomb Raider 1 only. There we go. Yeah, so that's not the official remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3 that's coming out this month. This is a fan mod of Tomb Raider 1. And they've done the RTX graphics and updates and everything like that. Lightus, the game is also available on Steam, 20% off. The remasters of Tomb Raider 1, 2, and 3. That's cool. $11.99 instead of $14.99. Cool. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to stick with getting the console version of that because I don't want to have to do anything special. I mean, I probably won't have to for the new one, but I'd rather just have it from console. Let's see, Twitch might close off this if you click off the link. Oh, that's fair enough, Little Pumpkin. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's what IGN released recently. But that is not what's being officially released. That's only for Tomb Raider 1, that video. The official remasters of 1, 2, and 3 are bundled in one package. Lightus, you'll grab it since you won't go back on console. You think it'll explain better later. That's fair enough.
step of the way.
Little Pumpkin, yeah, you probably saw those then. Bummer that people do clickbait and call it the remasters. You did find it a bit unusual that the game looks so different, a lot less edgy. That's it. Yeah, that's the thing too. And that's the downside of something like that, is because the original versions of those games came out in 1996, 1997, and 1998, respectively. Since that time, there's been so many fan mods. There's been so many, you know, quote unquote remasters and all that kind of stuff, that for official remasters to be coming out and channels, and yeah, I mean smaller channels that aren't corporate channels or whatever, like IGN, or if it was Yahoo, or if it was like whatever company. If you're just a small time streamer and you're just whatever, and you're clickbaiting, then that's one thing. But when an official sort of like YouTube channel of a company posts about a remaster that's not actually the remaster that's coming out soon, but is a remaster that fans have done, it can cause confusion between people as well. And then they expect that that's what it's going to be, and then they're like, hang on, this looks nothing like it was supposed to be. So I think IGN should change the title of that video and put fan mod or something like that. Like a fan remaster, not an official one, or something like that. Instead of trying to use that to direct people to their video, which is obviously why they've done it. They want people looking specifically for the official remaster to think that they're looking at the official remaster, but they're just looking at a different fan mod that's been done. Yeah, this is the new one that we haven't gotten. Because at the time we didn't have the ability to get through this.
This is Lambert, navigator on the USCSS Nostromo, registering that all navigation beacons and Sol system coordinates have now been verified by Mother. Antarctica Traffic Control will get our call on October 22nd, or a few hours on either side. Signing off.
Okay, so that was the voice of Veronica Cartwright. She played Lambert in the 1979 movie Alien, and reprised the role to do that new recording for this game. Dr. Casper, thank you for redeeming that. Arnie in Alien Isolation. Little Pumpkin, boo, don't do that, peeps. Exactly. It's like it's not good to do that. Causing confusion is just ridiculous. Okay, so I've got one. Mix, I'm leaving this for you when you wake up. I know that you're still all over the place after that thing came out of Foster. But you've got to stop fucking up like this. You got way too drunk and told those people sleeping in the mall way too much. I dragged you away when I saw the look in their eyes. We can't go back there again. No one can know. We're connected to Marlowe, and then Isadora. I'll come back once you've dried out. Little Pumpkin, but yeah, you're getting a lot of the graphics designers on your streams and a bunch of whispers from fake accounts. You swear they hunt for smaller streamers and those that don't have any chat actively. Quite annoying, you got to say. Exactly, that's the thing too. That's like one of the things that you need to deal with as a streamer is having those sorts of things, you know, pop up, and it's just like ugh. But one of the upsides to that is you start to see the early signs, and then you're prepared for it, you know. So we still need Nostromo log 3 6 007 and we just got 008. The Pumpkin, you even asked one, because every time you had people there in chatters, none of those came. You even asked one, do you want to sell me something? They at least replied with yes. At least they were being honest. Okay, so now I need to go back to the Systech Spire lobby. So I pretty much just have to come back the way that I came. Access granted. Well, how come I can't interact with it then? Good one, game. And now the aliens arrived. Thanks for redeeming no tracker, Mr. Gote. So for the next 15 minutes, I can't use the tracker. Motion tracker. Redacted. Could you imagine, Mr. Goatee, playing through this game without the sound on? You piece of fucking shit idiot NPC. You dumb motherfucker.
Saw someone over there.
You guys do know there's a fucking alien or 10 running around this fucking place, don't you? You know what? Fuck those assholes. Here. Hey, they wanted to be dumb motherfuckers and called the alien to them, and the alien didn't come straight away. It's like, fine. Little Pumpkin, also, you had a very shitty experience with that dude you mentioned. A few weeks after you said said bye to him, he came to your streams and followed you. After one, he called you and started saying he wants to treat you better and connect, but he just started to ignore you after that. You got so sick and tired of his games and even saw him on your stream after that, just blocked him everywhere now. You were so creeped out that he was ignoring your texts and any attempts to talk, but he came on your stream but didn't say anything. No, that's really fucked, Little Pumpkin, that they're doing that. And yeah, I would definitely avoid them as much as possible. And yeah, if they like, there's no way that you can stop them from actually seeing your streams. You can ban them from your stream. A shortcut you can do to that is /ban, and then you would put the username in. So it permanently prevents a user from chatting. Reason is optional and will be shown to the target user and other moderators. And you can use /unban to remove a ban. But yeah, that's a shortcut that you can do. And then you just put like /ban space and then put their username in and then press enter, and that'll do a ban on them. You can also do that in your dashboard as well, also. And if you have any other moderators on your channel as well, you can put in a message on that person's profile that's been banned to give a reason, so that modders, when they have a look at your, I mean, if you have it enabled, people who have been banned can actually have an unban request, and that'll come up in a separate section. And so let's say a mod of yours is just doing their work and going, oh yeah, there's some unban requests. And the person that's been banned, they're like, and they click on the person's username. If there's no messages on there, they might not know why they were banned. And so they don't have as many sort of like, as much knowledge. So it's good to do that too, to put a comment on their account, so that at least other people and yourself can go, oh yeah, that's why I banned that person, because of this reason and that reason. And you can put notes in there too, so you can say like, ban this person, no matter what they say, to try and be unbanned. Don't unban them, kind of thing. You can do messages like that as well. But yeah, that sounds very suspicious and very creepy, Little Pumpkin. Mr. Gote, alien kung fu. That's it. Did some fatalities on the enemies. Okay, so the guide has put me back here. Alright, so this guide is going to Nostromo Log 3, so that works out well. The Pumpkin, you're able to actually block accounts from your phone, but you can't do that on PC. You think blocking words. Haven't seen him around ever since, so... And yes, it's just, go away if you ignore actually talking to you. Exactly. Yeah, it's just... It's like... This isn't the most important thing, but it is also just a complete waste of time. You know, it's a waste of your time. Them, you know, doing that. Because obviously the more important thing is, you know, safety considerations and that.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Exactly, Little Pumpkin. That's definitely exactly what it is, you know. It'd be the equivalent of someone that you had a conversation with that you know, and you said, yeah, you know, I'll catch you next time, you know, let me know when you know, and then you just see them turning up at places, not saying anything, and then going, you know, like, ugh. Not sure he understands how bizarre such things are. Yeah, and that's the scary thing. To these kinds of people, it's just normal. You know, that to them is a normal way to go about stuff. This area, we couldn't go to it before earlier in the game because we didn't have the gas mask. But now we do.
This is Lambert confirming the delayed pickup of the refinery we're taking back to Earth. I've entered initial coordinates for the edge of the Epsilon Reticuli using the established haulage route. My next entry will be confirmation of our flight plan to the Sol system. Lambert, out.
Okay, so that was another one from Lambert, and that is the third Nostromo log. Now we can fill in that one. Mr. Gote, while visiting Africa, you weren't feeling well, so you told your wife you wanted to see a doctor. She said, which doctor? You said, yes. That actually reminds me of a joke in John Carpenter's Prince of Darkness, actually. The joke goes something on the lines of someone goes away somewhere and they come back married, and they married a witch doctor. And then the mother of the woman is like, no, I told you to marry a rich doctor. Little Pumpkin thought that after he was there, he would actually either reply to your text elsewhere or write, but no, you even wrote him, you saw him on a stream, still no reply. Yeah. No, that is very, very, I mean, it's more than suspicious, I would definitely say. It's definitely alert kind of thing. Mr. Goat at the airport, your friend suggested we disguise ourselves as luggage. I said, let's not get carried away. That's a good one. Alright, so now the guide says I need to go back to the Systec lobby again.
Better connected, Sevastopol.
That working Joe won't attack you. He's one of the ones that somehow didn't get orders to kill people on site. Mr. Gote, this joke is a lot to unpack. Yeah, afterwards might have to go on another holiday. The pumpkin now imagine if you did the same to him just for the laughs. You saw he did stream something which he typically doesn't, that you follow him and join if he streams. Yeah, I mean, from a like memeing perspective, that would be, funny. But at the same time though, you don't want him to think that it's now a game that you want to play. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, so now she's coming into my stream and being like this, so I'll keep on doing what I was doing. The pumpkin, yeah, it'd be a bizarre game for sure, which is why you're not doing that. And it's also a bit strange that you started streaming only after you started talking. Yeah. Yeah, the timing definitely seems a bit like, yeah. Mr. Gote, what do you call a bee that comes from America? A USB. Great connecting of the US and the bee to each other. Alright, so enter the passcode. Alright, so the guide has already gone through here, so I need to go through that, which is going to make a hell of a lot of noise, but let's go. Error, cannot access file, error, audio, removal of transit.
Chief here. As requested, I've resubmitted my report for the removal of the transit system for use elsewhere, once Sevastopol's been closed off. I still don't see how it's possible. I know Seegson is trying to recoup as much investment as it can on this place, but the thing is trashed. Junctions have rusted through, major safety protocols have been ignored for years. It's a wreck. Nothing short of a miracle has stopped it killing off half the population.
Well, the irony of this message is the fact that the killing of half the population definitely gets achieved, just not in the way that this chief has actually painted it. So that was Archive Log 72, and that was one of the ones that we couldn't get earlier. So now I can finally fill in the 72nd one on my list. Little Pumpkin, in that video you whispered, they also talk about how Tomb Raider affects people's lives. It was very nice, and you feel the same. Many times you had bad days, Lara and then some Senua, and then later Senua, were there. Also, when you had good days, they also talked a bit about what we were discussing here about video games making people be violent. But yeah, you won't spoil it all now. That's fair enough. Yeah, but no, that's the thing. That's the power of fictional stuff as well. Is that we know it's not real. You know, when someone sits down to play a video game or watch a movie, they know that there's no Indiana Jones, there's no Lara Croft in real life. We know that we're watching something that's fictional or we're playing something that's fictional. But if things are done right, we forget that when we're playing and when we're watching. We're just getting absorbed by the character and the story. And one of the things that can happen based on that is you can get a feeling of, this is really cool. You know, it can relax you as well. Like some people get a lot of relaxation of, you know, playing a certain video game, you know. So there's definitely ways in which that video games are actually can be positive. But like anything can have a negative thing. Like, look at water. Water is important, right? We need to drink it. I mean, some people never drink, but as humans, we're designed to need water, you know. Whether or not we do drink water is up to the individual, but water can also cause issues. It can also flood areas and destroy things, you know. So anything can have a good and a bad effect. So someone who plays a lot of violent video games, they may not become violent. There might be some that do, but generally they already have something going on before they even started playing a violent video game that go towards that. But some people can take it to an extreme. It's like with gambling. Some people gamble a small amount and they don't win anything, and then they're like, right, that's it. I can't win anymore. Time to go away. Go and do something else, you know. But some people are like, oh, I've got to get my money back. Got to get my money back, you know. So there's so much stuff that can be good or bad. And so video games, you know, can have negative effects if someone is neglecting to do things because they're playing video games, you know. So let's say someone was living with you and they were having a medical emergency and you were playing a video game and they were about to die and you're just like, yeah, I've got to finish this game. Like, obviously, that is putting a video game ahead of someone's. That's a very, very extreme example, I know, but, you know, it's just to prove the point that there are some things that can be taken to an extreme as well. So that is that, 72. Have a look at the guide and see what the next thing is that they go to. Okay, so it's been more than 15 minutes since I couldn't use the tracker, and now I can. Alright, so we're going to go to the SciMed Tower. We've got to wait for the transit to arrive. So I'm going to save for safety. Call for the transit car. And then hide. If I can in those ones. Nope, of course not.
Safety is important to us. Please report all transit malfunctions immediately.
How lucky was that? If I hadn't have saved, I betcha RNG would have been like, alien sees you, you're dead. Look, Penguin, it's definitely better to be violent in the game than taking it out on others if someone does experience rage. You don't, though. Games is a very emotional experience for you, especially AC Odyssey, where they tried to be accurate with architecture and that. So it's really like a dream come true. I'd love to go back in those ancient times and just see all that beauty. Same with AC Origins, but Tomb Raider was the first game for you with these things. That's true, you know, like some people, they might have had a bad day and they want to relax and take out any sort of like negative emotions that they have on a game itself, the enemies within the game, or you know, if it's an action game, you know, all that kind of stuff. And that's just a way for them to deal with that, you know, in a way that is safe for them, for you know, for other people and for them as well. But yeah, that's a good point too with those games that you mentioned. It makes you really think. That's why I think a lot of stuff like that is popular that gets set in the past, because some people think, oh, how cool would it be to be able to go back in time to that time? In actuality, though, if we did go back in time to certain time periods, we probably wouldn't want to stay there forever. We'd probably want to come back to our own time, because we'd be like, this is the time period where certain medical things haven't been created yet or discovered. And I've just been diagnosed with something that is curable in my own time, but not back in the, you know, so you wouldn't want to have to experience those things. But there's definitely something about stories set in the past that has people gravitate towards them. Hey, Godfather Al, thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression. This is my rifle. There are many others like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. Without me, my rifle is useless. Without my rifle, I am useless. I must fire my rifle through. I must shoot straighter than my enemy, who is trying to kill me. I must shoot him before he shoots me. I will. Thanks for redeeming that from Full Metal Jacket, Godfather. Thank you very much. How's things going? Bill Pumpkin, you definitely wouldn't want to stay there, lol. Exactly, you'd probably die there within a few days, lol. That's it, you know, and anything can happen, you know, like how many times has someone had an accident that they weren't ever expecting that would happen? But imagine having it in a time period where the medical facilities weren't available yet. You know, that's something that could happen if you were living in a different time period. You know, people who lived before certain cures for things were made would have to be like, well, I'm gone. Whereas now it'd be like, oh, you just take a pill and you're fine. You know? All right, let's have a look at the guide again and see where they backtrack next.
Station serving the San Cristobal Medical Facility and Seeks and Synthetics.
This is a message for all members of the Seegson security team. There's been an altercation in the spaceflight terminal. Waits doesn't have our back. As of right now, no one hired as Seegson security is going on shift. We're cutting ties with the marshals and everyone else on station. It's time to take care of our own. I'm gonna find someplace safe for everyone to hole up. Money's dried up here. We don't owe these people nothing.
And the one can pray to God's times. Exactly. It's like, well, the only cure for this is to pray that the gods will help you. And if they decide not to, well, there's nothing that we could have done. Modern medicine is just like, yeah, all you need to do is this, and then it'll be fine. That now fills in 66, which was cutting ties. Excellent. So, I've now filled in the gaps for the archive logs that I needed to that were earlier in the numbers. So, the next gap is between 136 and 150. Little Pumpkin, but also there was probably a bunch of diseases back then that were exterminated by now already. You think we would have all caught some weird thing there. That's true as well. And the other thing to consider, if you were to go back in time, is your own body's resistance to things. Because we might be at a point now where our bodies are not used to certain things that we would have had to get our bodies used to back then. And so getting exposed to that would have us in trouble, you know? Alright, now I understand the guide's trajectory. Bill Pumpkin, and apparently ancient Greeks were all pretty malnourished. In spite of they made warriors go hungry on purpose too. They thought it will make them better. Have you seen the new RoboCop game? It's not that bad. Lots of story and angry NPCs. Yeah, I didn't actually realize that they actually made the warriors go hungry on purpose. The Spartan diet, I guess that's probably where the I mean, I don't know if there is something called the Spartan diet, but wouldn't be surprised if there was. Hang on, I'm going the wrong way. I have seen bits of it, the new RoboCop game. It did look fun and pretty gory as well, which is very fitting, especially for the first two movies. Not so much the third movie, which was PG-13, but yeah. Okay, so I do need to go the way that I was going before. The Roman Spartans were a bit crazy. This is Sparta! Boom. Alright. I've spent a lot of in real life time getting to this point, so I want to save it so I don't lose all that time again. Hey Star, welcome on in. These ads are very stupid. Yeah, some ads can just be utterly ridiculous. Yeah, the noises in this game, Star. This game has amazing sound design work. And especially because you have certain sounds that are very similar to what sound the alien makes. Certain hissing noises and certain movement noises that you might think are coming from the alien, but they're not. But then they could be, but they're not. But then they could be, but they are. You know, it's that sort of thing. Little Pumpkin, all right, you have to go. It was nice chatting a bit again. Have fun and don't die. Thank you, Little Pumpkin. Thanks for being here and for chatting. I really hope that everything goes well, and hope you have a good one. Thank you so much for being here. I'll try not to die, although I think that will happen. We still have a bit of story left, because doing a bit of backtracking to get the rest of these collectibles that you can't get earlier in the game. You have to come back later, towards the end of the game. So how do they not hear cans falling? That's a good question. There's some things that get knocked over in this game that the alien doesn't actually take notice of, and then there is some stuff that they do. Earlier, there was a couple of human survivors that shot at me, and the alien didn't come at them straight away, so I was like, fine, fuck you guys, and then just threw a noisemaker near them, and then the alien came along and killed them for me. So that worked out well. Hey E-Tone, thank you so very much for redeeming a quote from the first Alien movie. Alright, so I've got a quote from the movie. Ripley, for God's sake, this is the first time that we've encountered a species like this. It has to go back. All sorts of tests have to be made. Ash, are you kidding? This thing bled acid. Who knows what it's going to do when it's dead? I think it's safe to assume it isn't a zombie. That's a convo between Ash, the android, that they don't know is an android until later, and Ellen Ripley, Amanda Ripley's mother, for those who haven't seen the movies, but have played Alien Isolation before. Star, you'd be booking it to your location at the sound of those doors. That's it. It'd be like, oh no, this is time to leave. Just run off. accept this death because I just saved it. And I don't want to waste flamethrower fuel unnecessarily. Here we go. Now I'm where I need to be. This is the area where Dr. Kuhlman was at the start of the game. And we couldn't get into this area until we got to this point in the game now.
Roger Morley, this is Marshal Waits. Make sure all your patients are prepped for the decommission. That means full documentation, personal effects, and any meds they'll need during the journey. I'm scheduling shuttles to transfer them to the medical ship for transportation. I strongly recommend placing the more volatile patients into early hypersleep prior to transfer. I don't want to hear your complaints. I don't have the manpower to guarantee protection for everyone if any of them decide to kick off. Farms or hypersleep, I don't care. Just get them subdued. That's just the way it's gotta be. Waits out.
Alright, so that was 41. Prep the patients. Here we go. I put check later on to it. That's why I thought there wasn't a gap. But there is a gap. Now there isn't, because it's filled with what it actually is, which was prep the patient's audio log. So you don't, zombie, wow. You don't remember what year or time period Aliens was set in. Let's see, so this game takes place in 2137. And it's 15 years after the events of Alien 1. So in Alien 1, it was the year 2122, and in this game, it's the year 2137. And then Aliens, 2137, add 57 years on top because it's... Oh, hang on. No. 21, 22 is what we want. 21, 22 plus 57. So Aliens is set 57 years after the first Alien movie, which puts it at at the year 2179. Star, see again, if you were the alien, you'd follow the door sounds. Easy munchies and crunchies. Excellent. That's it. Distances future. Exactly. Distant-ish is definitely right. Fucking stupid idiot AI human fucking idiot motherfuckers. You do realize there's a fucking alien around here, don't you? You fucking idiots. Fucking pieces of shit. Dumbass idiots. Fucking motherfuckers. Fucking AI enemies, I tell you fucking what. Where those assholes fucking turn up from, they weren't fucking there the last 10 minutes I was fucking around that area, were they? The game's just like, here, random human dickheads, go. Now we're gonna go and fucking do again what I just did. Star, calm down now. Yep. You don't remember those guys in Markiplier's playthrough of this, or maybe they were further in, you don't know. It's been years or so, you can't remember. Yeah, this part of the game, because I'm getting all the collectibles, I need to backtrack through areas that we've already been to before, but spots that we couldn't access earlier in the story until now. So this is one of those areas. that I've been to before, but I couldn't get through this door back then because we didn't have this updated to the level that it's needed to access this door with.
Dr. Morley, this is Marshal Waits. Make sure all your patients are prepped for the decommission. That means full documentation, personal effects, and any meds they'll need during the journey. I'm scheduling shuttles to transfer them to the medical ship for transportation. I strongly recommend placing the more volatile patients into early hypersleep prior to transfer. I don't want to hear your complaints. I don't have the manpower to guarantee protection for everyone if any of them decide to kick off. Farms or hypersleep, I don't care. Just get them subdued. That's just the way it's gotta be. Waits out.
Fucking randomized that was. See? They randomized the appearance of those human NPC idiots. I notice the game likes to keep changing what weapon I've got equipped, from the flamethrower to the revolver. Star, that makes sense, though since you're having to crawl around and avoid that alien, them getting to that area first that the NPCs could do said thing would be a little more fun. Yeah. I mean, it would have been interesting too if there was like a human villain enemy that was running around that you had to be careful of as well. Slowly but surely rebuilding up my ammo for the flamethrower. That's why I haven't been using it, because I wanted to conserve what ammo I did have and keep stocking up on it, because I will need more later. I mean, there is some later, but there might be a situation where I do want to use it before I get to the point where there's more ammo for it. Okay, so we're still in the backtracking phase of this playthrough, where to get the rest of the collectibles, we need to keep backtracking to where we've already gone, but couldn't access every part of earlier. So this is definitely adding a bit more time on the playthrough, but I'm going to keep on going until I finish it today. I do hope to start the next game that I want to play after Alien Isolation, which is Vampire, or Vampire, as it can be pronounced as well. out, so I did have to go back the way that I went before. Casper, thanks for redeeming I can't use the motion tracker for 15 minutes. There we go. So for the next 15 minutes of real time, I can't use the motion tracker. That's right, Starlight. Yeah, Vampire. It's actually a game that came out a few years ago. It's a third-person game. It's set in 1918, and you play as a doctor in London who becomes a vampire. The actor who plays Edward Pierce in Call of Cthulhu, as well as Samuels in this game, the android, Anthony Howe, he also plays the main character in Vampire. So it's been one of those games I've wanted to play for a while. And so that'll be the game that will replace this one. Casper, you can hear the footsteps. That's it. That's the thing about this game. There's so many different sounds and all that kind of stuff. It likes to throw you off your track. Star, dang, that sucks. Mean Casper, you're supposed to be friendly. Yeah, originally I was going to have a channel point reward also for this playthrough where I had to turn the sound effects off, but I decided against that. I thought doing one without the tracker was enough. Yeah, Star, so it'd be interesting to play it because I don't know if it's going to be a great game or not. Like, it might turn out to be terrible, but I still want to give it a shot anyway. Alright, so this is where I need to be. Plus the other thing is, I wanted to play more vampire games this year because it's a horror creature that is actually my favorite. I've said this before, but when my channel name used to be Rod Zombie Gamer, it would make one think that zombies were my favorite horror creature, but it's actually vampires. Hey, Mr. Alien. Or Ms. Alien. Or both. So, I thought this year I'll play more games with vampires in it. Which also works out good because this year Soul Reaver will be celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. Casper, you feel bad for redeeming that now? I wouldn't have it active otherwise if I didn't expect it to be utilized. So this part here, earlier we couldn't access it because we didn't have a gas mask.
We're heading to the edge of the system. Ripley's giving me a list of stuff she says needs doing. Says Mother's not gonna let us hit the gas if we don't fix the secondary load unit. Hell of a lot of work for a routine flight. Dallas, if you somehow found the time in your schedule to listen in on this, Brett and me, we're doing double time. If you don't come good with a bonus, we'll be taking it to the union.
That is Nostromo log number 6. Hey Veda Mazda, welcome. Hope it's going well. Chris, welcome on in. You always know a working Joe. Exactly. They're very friendly androids. Chris Seegson tomorrow together. Some great quotes from the Working Joes. Making another save. The reason being it's more about not wanting to redo IRL time over again. I'm gonna die anyway. Good thing I saved. Don't have to redo. Don't have to redo all the backtracking that I had to do for the past 10 minutes all over again. Okay, so Casper, you redeemed the no tracker 16 minutes ago, so now I can use it again. Star, why does it sound like Facehugger's skittering? Has it been 15 minutes? Yeah, when someone redeems something, in my activity feed, it actually tells me how long ago it was that they redeemed it. And the no tracker was redeemed 18 minutes ago. And I started using the tracker again 16 minutes after it had been redeemed. So that's how I am double checking how long it's been since the redeem happened and how long I have to wait till I can use it again and all that kind of stuff. Hey, Senny. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Yeah, we're actually doing a lot of backtracking at the moment. The only way to get the rest of the collectibles that we need is to backtrack to areas that you went to earlier in the game but didn't have the right tool at the time, didn't have the right upgrade for the current tool, or things like that. So the last hour or more has been backtracking, going through different areas and stuff. But overall, it's going well. Just got to wait until that transit car arrives now. Thought I'd hide in here just in case. Thanks, Crooked. I don't know if I'll get to the next game now, because it's almost 8 p.m. and this is only mission 16, but all this backtracking I've had to do has added a lot of time onto the playthrough, so it might be 10 p.m. by the time I finish this, and I don't want to be streaming the start of a new game as a really short stream, because I'd probably only stream for 2 hours. But you never know. We'll just have to see. That's right, Lidus. That's not from Alien. In any case, the redeem is for me to choose one myself. Thanks for redeeming the Alien 1979 movie quote. Okay, so I've got a quote. Final report of the commercial starship Nostromo. Third officer reporting. The other members of the crew, Kane, Lambert, Parker, Brett, Ash, and Captain Dallas, are dead. Cargo and ship destroyed. I should reach the frontier in about 6 weeks. With a little luck, the network will pick me up. This is Ellen Ripley, last survivor of the Nostromo, signing off. Come on, Cat. That's the last lines from Alien. Thanks for redeeming that, Lidus, and thanks for redeeming the Arnie and Alien Isolation. That's alright, Lidus, for putting up with your shenanigans. There's no trouble at all. Surprising you haven't been banned here, you and your dark humor and shenanigans. Well, it depends on the context of stuff. That's for sure. I just got another message from Spedding about the busted elevator outside the Android examination theater. My guys have got a million things to do right now, so it's not going to be fixed in time for your VIP visit. If Spedding wants to be a priority, then maybe he should stop being a petulant asshole. It's an easy job. Off the top of my head, I can tell you the parts you need are in component storage, row 1, stack B. If you can't find it yourself, ask the requisitions android. Just get off my back, Chief. Thanks, Lotus, for redeeming that. Crooked, that's definitely fair. You don't want to feel like you have to rush through this and then not have enough time for the next game either way, you'd imagine. Exactly. And I can definitely make a full stream out of it for my Friday as well. But yeah, the game I'm actually going to be playing after this is finished, that will replace this one, is called Vampire. It came out a few years back. The way that they spell the name is I don't know if it's traditional way or kind of like a different version spelling of it, but Vampire is how they spell it. But that's the game that I'm going to be playing next. And the main character in that game is voiced by the same actor, Anthony Howe, who played the main character in Call of Cthulhu, which is another game that I really like, that I have streamed a few times. And he's also in this game as the android Samuels as well. So it's been one that I've had my eye on for a while. So that's the one that I'll be playing. Lotus, man, that was fire. Thank you, brother. If you didn't know me well, you would have been out of here a long, 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 long time ago. That's no worries at all, Lotus. Thank you for redeeming that. I thought I'd try and find something that had a character that was angry in that. I'll just pause it for a second. Be right back. Just want to get a new drink. Alright, I'm back. Start bringing you one. Thanks again.
Find our transit service efficient. Please fill out one of the forms provided.
I might be going to a spot that the guide hasn't gone to yet. See that pipe there? From a distance, that looks a little bit like the head of the alien. That's an example of things that I was talking about, how in this game they give you visual and audio mimicry of alien, which then makes the alien noises mimic those things, to create that symbiotic thing of, is it an alien? No, it's not, but it could be. Is it the alien? Yes, it is. Actually, no, it's not. That kind of thing. Now we have this upgraded enough to be able to access this. Yeah, nice one. New code for the door, 1979, which is the year that the first Alien movie came out in. I've never done a playthrough before where I've collected everything, and I've never done a playthrough before where I even backtracked like I'm doing for this playthrough, so that one was new to me. Nice touch.
Right. Finishing up here, Kane asked if we could fix it so the heating came on before we get out of the old freezeritos. Parker said no way, not our job. Next he'll be asking for monogram towels and a massage. So we didn't do that. We told him that. Brett, over and out.
Okay, so that was the character Brett. And in the Alien movie, the actor who played him was Harry Dean Stanton, and he actually came back to reprise the role of Brett for this game. He was a really good character actor. Had been in a lot of, cult sort of movies like Alien, as well as the movie Christine, which was the adaptation of the Stephen King novel directed by John Carpenter. He's also in movies like that as well. Casper, when Rod streams Alien Isolation, you want to play the game. When the stream ends, you don't want to anymore. Because then you're reminded of all the things in the game that might cause you annoyances when you actually do replay it. So that was another Nostromo log. That one was 007's. Chris, wow, his voice sounded tired. It sure did. He was a fair age when he came back to reprise this role. So he was born in 1926. So in 2014, when this game came out, he was 88 years old. So he would have been around like 86, 87, 88 when he recorded that.
A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Thanks for redeeming that quote, Casper, from Silence of the Lambs. Star, all right, going to try to sleep. It's 3:11 a.m. Your kids have school in the morning. Well, that's totally fair, Star, to need to prep for that. But thank you so much for being here, and I hope you have a good rest as well. Why Silence of the Lambs quote? I don't know, but could you imagine that being the way that Hannibal Lecter actually talked instead? All right, so we have 2 more Nostromo logs left to find. That's those ones, or that one covered. Star, that be said, you like Anthony Hopkins' voice more. That's totally fair. Totally fair. Thank you for the good luck wishes, Star. Give the face hugger a hug for you. Oh yeah, I'm sure the face huggers would love that. They'd be like, hang on, this feels weird. We're supposed to be the ones doing the hugging. What?
Solomon's Galleria Mall, Colonial Marshal Bureau, and Seegson Habitation Suites.
Alright, this is ID tag of K. Bennett. Let off some steam, Bennett. K. Bennett. Last known location, Solomon's Habitation Tower. Code, ID code 3122. Hey there, Viper. Welcome on in. Just playing cat and mouse with the alien at the moment. There's an area I need to backtrack to, and they're kind of roaming around in the spot that I need to go to. Viper, nice. You're grinding the Borealis camo in Modern Warfare 3. So how's that going? Is that a tough grind? Viper, not really, just really time consuming. Oh yeah, the time. Yeah, the amount of time that something can take can definitely be one of those situations where you go, oh great, it's going to take, this long. But then some games, the actual time it takes doesn't really matter. It's still fun to actually do what you need to do to get it. You got to kill 250 zombies for every gun, and sometimes you have to do it more than once with a twist. Oh, okay. That's a fair amount. That's a fair amount of zombies that you have to kill. There's actually in Dead Rising 1 and Dead Rising 2, there's actually I think in Dead Rising 3 they keep increasing the number. But in Dead Rising 1, there's an achievement for killing 1,000 zombies, 10,000 zombies, and then finally 53,594 zombies. But in Dead Rising 2, you need to kill 500 zombies, then 5,000, then 53,596, but then 72,000 in total. In Dead Rising 3, 100 zombies, then 1,000 zombies. Then 10,000 zombies, then 53,597 zombies, and then in Dead Rising 3, the highest amount of zombies you need to kill for an achievement is 100,004 zombies. I think they carried that over into Dead Rising 4 as well, maybe. The joke with Dead Rising 1 is that the total amount of zombies that you have to kill for the achievement of the most amount of zombies is actually the same amount of the population of Willamette, which is the town in which Dead Rising 1 and 4 later on in the series takes place in. And then in Dead Rising 4, 5,000 zombies is one of the achievements, 53,598 zombies. And then there's also kill 200,000 and eight zombies. So yeah, it's a bit of a running joke with the achievements and zombie killing amounts that they kept on going with as each game came out. Viper, and to get the camo, you have to get all camos for 36 guns. Damn, that's a lot. Here we go. Now we have the tool upgraded. Oh no, hang on. That spot just looks similar to where the guide is at. Uh-huh. Here it is. This is the right spot. Now we can access this. How's things? Pretty good? Look pretty tired. Oh, I'll let you rest then. Look like you got into the cranberry sauce again. How many times do we have to tell you, Gerald? It's not good for you, that stuff. Oh, nice. That's a cool detail. I've never collected every single thing in the game before, so there's some areas that I've never gone back to in a playthrough, and this is one of them. Until now. So that's cool. There's like a sketch of the creature that has been done by the characters. I wouldn't be surprised if that's actually some of the sketches that were done for the game. As in, like, a concept version that they decided to put in as an Easter egg. Obviously, it was designed to be in the game. Otherwise, they wouldn't have put it in the game, but wouldn't be surprised if it was an actual original concept that was done for the game.
I'm so sorry. You were right. I never should have come here. Please tell Beth and Heidi. Tell them that I love them more than anything. Oh God, it hurts so much. I found something, Anne. I don't know what it was, but I found it. Now it's killed me. It's killing everyone. I have to tell someone. There has to be a record. I was so stupid, Anne. I should have stayed with you. I wish.
Viper, with only 250 kills once 36 times, there's 9,000 zombies. Definitely not a small number of them to have to take care of. That'd definitely be very time consuming. Hey there, Rosie. Help! I'm sure someone will get right on that, buddy. Oh, they definitely will. Be guaranteed not. Okay, so that was 146. Alright, so the only audio logs and archive logs and stuff we're missing now is 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 147, 148, and 149. Alright, so there's 12 more archive logs left. And there's 2 more Nostromo logs left. And there's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ID tags left. And according to the guide I'm looking at, this is the last backtracking through the areas that we couldn't access fully earlier in the story. So from here on out, the rest of the things I need to collect for the playthrough are progressing through from the point at which we're up to in the story till the end. Okay, so I don't think I'll be starting the vampire playthrough after this playthrough is finished. I think I might leave that to be my Friday stream. Well, there's not very many missions left. There's still a lot of things to collect, and also a lot of tricky parts still left to get through. So I dare say I'll be streaming for another 2 or 3 hours, I think. Or at least another hour and a half or 2. That's right, Rosie, yeah, a game called Vampire. The way that they spell it is the kind of like old school vampire way of spelling it. But that's the game I'll be replacing this game with. Fancy vampires. How did I beat you? You're too fast. Do you believe that my being stronger or faster has anything to do with my muscles in this place? Do you think that's air you're breathing now? Thanks for redeeming that from The Matrix, the first one. Thanks, Casper. Rosie farts. Could you imagine? Imagine having to fart or burp or sneeze in situations like this. I mean, I can stop myself from sneezing loudly, but sometimes not, because it just comes upon me quickly. Casper, you have a friend in the sensor. That's right. Rosie, aliens do have noses, come to think of it. Imagine if that was the way to defeat aliens, like a movie. That would be a parody. Set it in a fictional world where no one's allowed to eat or drink anything that makes them fart. To add to the silliness of it. And they get invaded by aliens, and then anyway, they try everything under the sun, but then someone decides to eat something that they've never eaten before, and they don't know the effects of. So they eat it, and then they fart, and then the fart's so powerful that it destroys all the aliens on the entire planet. Instead of calling... There we go, parody of Signs called Farts. Instead of water that kills the aliens, it's farting. Nose holes anyway. Quick, open the airlock. We're gonna die. Then the alien falls over. Rosie One Fart single-handedly terraforming LV-426. There's a big crater that goes all the way through the bottom of the planet. Then it reverberates throughout the galaxy and destroys other planets.
Serving Seegson Communication Technologies, Tech Support Services, and Gemini Exoplanet Solutions.
guns in hand, not friendly. I had to hide under a desk.
What do they want?
The Torrens. They heard the broadcast. They want to contact it. I think they plan on taking it by force.
Can they?
No. Comms are still out. Steer clear of them, though. They're dangerous and desperate.
Rixel's journal entry 340. Right. Got to be quiet now. I found a small hideaway in the spaceflight terminal. Not exactly 5-star, but it's cozy enough. I filled a bag with essentials and picked up a few things on the way, making sure I didn't run into anyone. Too many people with guns on Sevastopol now, shooting at shadows. I mean, I have one myself, but I'm not fucking insane. At least, here it's secluded, and I'm close to the terminal. So if there is a chance of a ship arriving, I'll get a front seat.
Okay, so that is a recording from Axel. He was a character that we met at the start of the game. He gets killed, but he was one of those characters that I always liked. Has a lot of funny dialogue. There's a part where, and you got to remember, like, he's a bald guy, and there's a part where Amanda Ripley's like, you know, we've got to get off here, and he's like, he says something like along the lines of, yeah, sure, you know, we'll get together and we'll braid each other's hair, you know, things like that. And then there's these two people that, you know, you come across with him, and they ask, you know, what are your names? And he's like, I'm John, this is Ringo, which is referencing the Beatles. So it has a lot of funny dialogue. So that is him, and I'll make note of that archive. So that's 137. Mr. Gote, thank you for redeeming the no tracker. So for the next 15 minutes of real time, I'm not allowed to use the tracker. Alright, ID tag of M. Radcliffe. Last known location, Seegson Communications. ID code 6433. game's like, here, have revolver ammo, shotgun ammo, and I'm here like, have that flamethrower ammo. I'd rather that. Got plenty of revolver and shotgun ammo. It's not like I can use it against the alien, so it's not like I have a whole lot of revolver and shotgun ammo that I need to use or anything.
Remind me why I agreed to this contract.
Orbital stabilizers.
Oh shit, I'm using... For fuck's sake, I forgot. I'm not allowed to use the tracker. I keep falling into that trap because I am so used to using it in other playthroughs. That's better. More flamethrower ammo. Casper need a no flamethrower redemption. Yeah. Casper, if you see that alien, just smack it with the baton. It's like, whoosh. Take that. Baton. Boom.
Orbital stabilizers operating at...
It's like you just got batoned.
You okay?
Listen, Marlowe's permissions are still logged in this terminal. If we had the coordinates for the torrents, we could align the transmitter dishes manually, bypass Apollo completely.
There's an observatory near the comms array, right?
Yeah. We should be able to find the torrent's coordinates using that. I'll get the door for you.
Orbital stabilizers operating at 40% and falling.
The lockdown. Keep on it. That ship's up there waiting for us. Apollo won't let me in. Try your codes again. Okay. Okay.
Ricardo, I found them.
Now you've got to align the dishes to the Torrens position manually.
Check. I'm going outside.
Casper, you wonder if they'll ever make an Alien Isolation 2, since this is based on the first Alien movie. The story and the aesthetics, you mean. They actually did a mobile game that's a follow-on from this one. And it's called Blackout. Came out in 2019. Well, it reckons it's not a direct sequel, but it actually has Amanda Ripley in it, being rescued by a crew after being stranded after the events of this game. So I don't know if you can't get as direct a sequel as that. That'd be like saying that a movie that ends and then the sequel picks up the literal minute the last one did isn't a direct sequel. But yeah, that's as far as games go. That's the only follow-up to this game, is that mobile game called Blackout.
I can unlock the entrance to the airlock from here. Give me a sec. There, got it. ID tag belonging to O. Smith. Last known location, Seegson Communications. ID code 2381. Hurry! All hell's gonna break loose when Sevastopol starts to fall. Punch in the coordinates at the terminal.
Hey Neo, must be close to the end now, bro. Getting closer. I had to do a lot of backtracking to get the collectibles I needed, and that took about an hour and a half, maybe almost 2 hours to do. But we'll definitely still be finishing the game in this stream though. And had to backtrack as in the game won't let you get them earlier. You have to literally actually backtrack if you want to get all of them. Yeah, you never know, Neo. There's so many games that I want to get to, so it's just a matter of timing and all that. Cheers, Neo. Yeah, I got a lot of games that I want to get to. Probably over 20 or 25 of them.
Torrance, this is Ripley on the station. Are you reading me, Verlaine?
Ripley, what the hell is going on over there?
Bad things, Torrance. There's an alien organism here. It's deadly. We need urgent extraction.
A what?
There's no time to explain. Please, Verlaine.
There's nowhere for us to dock, Ripley. The station's tearing free from its gravity mooring. I've seen a towing platform below the spaceflight terminal, but the Torrance umbilical isn't built for it. You'll need to extend the tow platform clamp station side.
Just get into position.
This is the top speed we can go while in the spacesuit. At certain points in this playthrough, I've tried to just stop and show the environments and all that kind of stuff, plus things being activated and all that kind of thing.
Ricardo, get ready to move. We're leaving. Ricardo? Ricardo, do you copy? Ricardo, come in.
I thought I would actually just use some flamethrower ammo. Just to save my ass there.
Ricardo? Oh, God. Ricardo. Oh, no.
Rip Ricardo. Alright, make a save here. Because it's been a while since I saved it. Neo, Jesus Christ, almost had a rage moment. You've been savaged 7 matches consecutively with shit teammates, lol. Oh, just... Yeah, that's the thing. Whenever there's something that you need to rely on other people to help you with, in those sorts of things, there's definitely going to be combinations of people that just... They're either, like, you know, doing stuff wrong on purpose, or you just are unlucky and you have some people who might not, know the game that well. But I imagine it'd be more annoying to have people who actually do that shit on purpose. Neo, mate, it's brain melting sometimes with smartasses and trollers. Never mind, we push on. It's the gamer's code. Exactly, you just keep on going. But yeah, that can be annoying when you have those kinds of roadblocks. I mean, the games themselves can be annoying enough, let alone having other players that don't help. Casper, that was close. You're certain it saw me. The perfect organism, my ass. Yeah, there was actually a point earlier in the stream too where I was literally right in front of it, and it didn't actually attack me. It just went back up into the vent. Like I was only a few feet away from it too.
Just need to see the family again. That's all I want. Can't remember the last time I slept.
Error. Code for repair job. Hey Myers, my shift's over and I'm clocking off. If you turn up to repair the system in the next 3 hours, I won't be here. So the code you need is 1851. Tomorrow, Together, number 4. Together Tomorrow, Seegson's Journey into Colonial Space, an official history by Sebastian Sieg, first printed in Ion Seegson. Our Synthetic Future. Hang on.
Someone there? Look, I don't know you, so turn around now. What's your problem? I will shoot you. I've seen you, and I'm armed.
And now he's brought the alien to me. I'll read that in the menu.
This is Sinclair. You guys took too long down there. I had to power down this facility and take the last transit. We can't afford to keep the sanctuary wide open. All it'll take is one creature to get in, and all the supplies and weapons we've taken will come to jack shit. Me and mine are gonna sit this out till the rescue comes. I'm sorry, but when you started chasing after a ship that'll never come, you broke with the plan. Sinclair out.
Sinclair out. Alright, so that thing that I was reading before I got interrupted by the NPC, Our Synthetic Future. With the guidance of key Seegson executive talent, Sevastopol has become an outpost of progress, a trade hub, a vibrant community, and the beating heart of the Seegson synthetic solution. Sevastopol is the primary off-planet site for the development, sales, and maintenance of Seegson androids. From Sevastopol's unique position in the cosmos, we can ship our range of working Joes wherever they're needed in colonial space within months, not years. Above and beyond our reliable and cost-efficient synthetics is Sevastopol's governing AI, Seegson's award-winning Apollo system. Through the hard work of our scientists and Seegson's bold investments, the station is now a showcase for economical and self-governing artificial human operations. Even now, our sales executives are overseeing the population of Apollo mainframes across colonial space. Just as we assured you throughout this journey, we made it to tomorrow, and we did it together. Okay, so that is entry 139. (138) was the one about the code for repair job. And that was the audio file Bet on the Wrong Horse. And Neo Ash would be disappointed. He'd be like, what are you doing, alien? Jeez, I talked you up so much. Casper, you think Amanda Ripley might have had more kills than the alien itself? Most likely. I did a playthrough once where I wasn't allowed to directly or indirectly, well, I mean, not necessarily indirectly, because that could cover just being in an area and not being seen, but then them killing them. But I did a playthrough where I wasn't allowed to shoot or melee kill any human enemies, and I wasn't allowed to use a noisemaker and throw it near them so that the alien would kill them. If I was in the area that they were in, and they themselves got themselves detected by the alien and they died, that was fine. But I myself couldn't kill them or lure the alien to them.
I got here when they were sealing the sanctuary. I don't know what I expected. Maybe they changed their mind and let me in. Maybe they'd shoot me dead. They shut the door in my face. I can hear movements from the floor below me. I haven't got long. Sinclair and his people have Sevastopol's food supplies and much of its weaponry. But I heard the voices of children too. I'd wondered where the children had gone. Perhaps they can keep these monsters from them. I hope they do.
Alright, so that was Nowhere to Run, which incidentally is the name of a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. So that was entry 141. Were you, Neo? Yeah. Neo, Rosanna Arquette. That's right, yeah, she's in that too. Guess there's an ID tag near this area. Oh, there should be. Probably went into the wrong corner. Nice, more flamethrower ammo. Oh, this might be a different section.
to Ripley. Ripley, we're about to move into position for the auto-umbilical dock sequence. We'll be dark on comms until we've matched the decaying orbit of the station and are in position. We're just waiting on you to extend the towing platform clamps. I don't know how you sweet-talked me into this.
Alright, here's the next ID tag. This one belongs to E. Winters. Last known location, Lorenz Systek Spire. ID code 2613. Ethan! E. Winters. Ethan Winters is the name of the protagonist in RE7 and 8. Alright, so that is that. Alright, next collectible is the next Nostromo log.
Pre-hypersleep health checks have been performed on the entire crew, including, after some persistence from the engineer staff, the ship's cat. Everyone regular, present and correct. I sat out in the report I've just logged with Mother. I have a little more work to do setting up my equipment and initializing systems, but otherwise, we're ready to go.
Okay, so that was Ash, the android from the first Alien movie. The actor who played him, Ian Holm, was too sick, and he was also very old to do voice work for the character for this game. So they still use his likeness. There's actually a DLC with Ash in it, and you see him. But for this game, to do the actual voice for the character, they got someone different. Dave B. Mitchell, and that's their IMDb. They do a pretty good impression of Ian Holm, actually. So that's the 9th one. Only one more of those left.
Evacuate station. This is not a drill.
I'll read those entries in the menu screen. Alright, so that was 143, which was called Shut Out. Denver, is anyone there? It's Denver. I'm back with the supplies, but I'm locked out and nobody's answering. What happened? Was there an attack? It's getting worse out here. You have to let me back inside now. My wife is in there. She'll tell you who I am. I have the supplies. Someone, please answer me. And then the other one was 144. Last stand. Sinclair. Medonka. Medoncha? Mendonca? We rounded up everyone we could find and are camped out in the rec room. The security system we discussed is rigged up, but you won't be able to get in the old way. We caught a stranger sneaking in. After a couple of hours, he confessed who let him in, and we threw them both out. We've only got limited space and supplies here, and we've got to control who gets in. If they want in, they've got to bring something to the table. What you need is in the usual place. I don't want to stay here, but you'll know what I mean. I changed the code to 1984. Use what you find there. Of course, we'll need to make sure you've got the supplies you promised us, but we'll check you upon entrance. I'm sure you've got what we need. After all, I vouched for you. Don't make me regret it, Jake.
After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency convener. Emergency. Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait for your synthetic emergency warden.
Hey Lucinda, good morning. I hope you're going well. How goes isolation? I didn't think you were too far from the end last stream. Well, you have to do all this backtracking to get all the collectibles. The game won't let you get that stuff earlier. So it's almost 2 hours worth of getting those backtracking collectibles. I'll still be finishing the stream today, but it's extended how long it's taken me to get these last few levels done. Yeah, it's a combination of at the time you didn't have the ion torch or the plasma torch upgraded enough, and sometimes it was basically you didn't have the device tuner upgraded enough, which is all based on story progression. It's not something that you can actively work on getting upgraded or anything. But yeah, it's going well. I ended up going back to that first guide I was using, because the other guide only got the archive logs up until a certain point for the achievement, and not all of them in the entire game. That's right, I'm going to go through here for this one. This section is very annoying because it's a lot of back and forth, back and forth. We have to come back to this spot a second time.
After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency convener.
If you're listening to this, and you're on the team, we've sealed the habitation sanctuary. There's one way in, one way out. I've still got raiding parties heading out to loot supplies and weapons, but it looks like we shut it off just in time. The Sikhs and synthetics have started moving away from their stations. I've seen a trail of strangled bodies in public areas. So, be aware. Oh, and if you're listening to this and you're not on the team, don't come find us. We will shoot.
Alright, so that was that one. Sealed in. That last part that was covered over by the other audio's subtitle, basically the last part he said was, be aware. Oh, and if you're listening to this and you're not on the team, don't come find us. We will shoot. So that is 142. Alright, so we have 1, 2, and 3. 3 more archive logs to get. 1 more Nostromo log to get. And 1, 2, 3 ID tags to get. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 of those left to get. Hey son of a brun, welcome on in. Just stopping by for the half hour you have before you leave for school. Oh, that's no worries at all. Thanks for joining. I hope things are going well. it would help if I actually put this keycard into here. Good thing I didn't save it again before doing this. So I'd hate to have to redo this little bit of the keycard every time I had to reload. Going great. You just visited college to see if you want to attend it, and you 100% do. Excellent. That's good. That's really good that you found a place that you really, really want to go into. They literally have an entire building that was built to look like Hogwarts? Really? Huh. Yeah, it's interesting what things get inspired by other architecture when they do their own. So what happens is we do what we need to do here, and then we go to where we need to go, but then we have to come back here and interact with this, and then we have to go all the way back the thing. So this part is one of my least favorite parts to do, especially with the pathway you have to take. Yeah, the early Resident Evils on PS1 and other certain games trained and prepared you for backtracking. That's true, yeah. Yeah, the concept of show the player something, they try to access it, they can't get it yet. Oh, okay, I've got to come back later. And then when you go back later, you interact with what you need to, but then the game throws another spanner in the works and goes, but you now have to go all this other way back to this other spot now that you've done what you need to do. And in this game's case, in this part, of course, they're like, but we also have you go back to the other spot again. Son of a Brunner, they have 2 entire buildings that are exclusively for military members and families, so you get that benefit as well. Just look at Devil May Cry 4, the entire Dante half of it is backtracking, is it? Oh no. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's not bad in games to backtrack, especially if there's something rewarding you're going back for, but if it's tedious stuff, it doesn't really help that much. Well, that's cool too, Son of a Brun, as well, that you got that benefit up your sleeve. now we have to go back all the way that we just came from to reactivate the power. Now we have 2 aliens that are around. So everyone, you still love DMC4 because it's fun, but that was just an odd decision by the devs. Yeah, to dedicate all of the backtracking to one character. Damn it, killed myself. Son of a bun, and they run a police academy for the senior year, so you can get your degree in peace officer certification right once you graduate. Well, that's cool. That's good that it's something that you can turn around and not have to wait too long for, you know? Because sometimes they make you wait a long time to be able to take advantage of things that you've achieved. Well, it's going not too badly. This is the first time I've done a playthrough where I have to get everything. That's not going to do anything, Rod. It's one of those things where, due to the nature of what you have to do to select weapons, one slight movement of the control stick in the wrong direction and boom, you've selected the wrong weapon. Neo, with Alien as the killer, it's interesting in Dead by Daylight because the survivors can set up flame turrets to help keep the Xeno at bay. Oh, yeah, well that's good though. That's in line with what happens in that movie. Unfortunately, in that corridor, you don't have much room to move on either side of the vent. Son of a Run, if you like DBD, it's just the Fortnite of horror. Like, it's got a dedicated fan base and it gets its hands on literally every franchise in existence. That's true. Yeah, a lot of franchises have used it to get extra coverage, but also fans and money and everything, and all that kind of stuff. And you get like mobile games and things. Okay, so because Mr. Gote redeemed the no tracker, I can't use the motion tracker for 15 minutes of real time. Now, you're still having some fun with DBD, like all games that can get tedious. That's true, yeah. I guess at the end of the day, as long as you're still able to have fun with it, and sometimes you might need to take a little bit of a break from it. Listen, the weapon wheels can be tricky, especially when the game doesn't pause or slow during them. Exactly, Lucinda, yeah. Yeah, you don't get any such luxury in this game at all for that kind of thing. Thanks for redeeming that, Neo, the Arnie and Alien Isolation. Casper, our little friend, is becoming immune to fire. Yeah, I mean, if you use it too much, too often, it takes a bit more fire to actually do, to get rid of them. But with this playthrough, because I've had to spend extra time that I wouldn't normally spend sticking my neck out to get collectibles, it means having to use fire more often than I normally would. Hey Ben Darren, it's time for this alien to be isolated. It sure is. And then thrown out of an airlock, never to be seen ever again. Until the next sequel. So I run this DVD mobile now, is there? We're definitely branching out then. You know, they can't secure Jason yet, as it's proving difficult to get with people squabbling over it. Well, that's true too, yeah, there's... there was an issue over the rights to the character and the title. The writer of the original screenplay for the first movie, he wanted to claim rights over the title Friday the 13th. No, actually, I think he wanted the character rights or something. And then the producer, director of the first movie, he wanted to have certain rights. So they've been to court over and over for years and years trying to work it out. Yeah, no problem, Rod. You can always count on me with the Arnie stuff. Your impression is epic. Thank you so much, Neo. I'm glad that you enjoy it. Okay, so here's another ID tag. This one belongs to F. Sinclair. Okay, so I definitely won't be starting my playthrough of Vampire today. It's getting too late my time to do a short stream of the new game. We still have a little bit to go. In terms of collectibles, we don't have much left. This is Sinclair. You guys took too long down there. I had to power down this facility and take the last transit. We can't afford to keep the sanctuary wide open. All it'll take is one creature to get in, and all the supplies and weapons we've taken will come to jack shit. Me and mine are gonna sit this out till the rescue comes. I'm sorry, but when you started chasing after a ship that'll never come, you broke with the plan. Sinclair, out.
This is Sinclair. You guys took too long.
Versus the normal voice for him.
Had to power down this facility and take the last transit. We can't afford to keep the sanctuary wide open. All it'll take is one creature to get in, and all the supplies and weapons we've taken will come to jack shit. Me and mine are gonna sit this out till the rescue comes. I'm sorry, but when you started chasing after a ship that'll never come, you broke with the plan. Sinclair out.
You bet on the wrong horse. What are you doing? I told you. This is the horse's name. You just vote on that. You put all your money behind it. I told you. You bet on the wrong horse. But Arnie, there were two horses named wrong. I didn't know which one to take. Well, you should have taken the right one. But the one that won was actually on the left. The one that lost was on the right. That's the one that I took. I took the right horse. Yes, but I told you to take the wrong horse. And you took the wrong one. Not the wrong one. The wrong one. That's the one I wanted you to take. Okay, Arnie, next time you go and you bet on the horse. Okay, all right, I got it. I'll bet on the horse and you just give me the money. And then, if I win, you get 2% and I get the rest. Okay, Arnie, sure. No worries. Mr. Gote, the famous alien kiss. That's right, from Alien 3. That actually gets referenced in Shadow of the Tomb Raider.
Rust will and Testament are some fuck you don't give a shit about. We couldn't keep them out. My wife is dead. My children have been taken. I tried, but I couldn't stop them. They broke through our defenses.
Abandoned station.
Abandoned station. There's so much blood on my hands. This is for the rescue party.
Oh, thank you, game, for taking the subtitles from the thing we were listening to away for the erroneous dialogue. Instead.
You didn't come fast enough. You fucked it. Just send in the Marines or blow this place up. Take these creatures back to hell. Last will and testament are some fuck you don't give a shit about. We couldn't keep them out. My wife is dead. My children have been taken. I tried, but I couldn't stop them. They broke through our defenses. There's so much blood on my hands. This is for the rescue party. For Seegson or, I don't know, whoever has to clean up this mess.
We held out in here as long as we could. You didn't come fast enough. You fucked it. Just send in the Marines or blow this place up. Take these creatures back to hell.
Alright, so that was that one. I've read that one, blood on my hands. Goodbye. Heard that one. Okay, ID tag. Archive log 145, which is blood on hands. And what was the other one? Son of a Brun. Well, Jason is a special following. Well, that's true. Yeah. I mean, it's a long-running franchise, too. It was 1980 was when the first Friday the 13th movie came out. That's right, Neo. Yeah, Sean Cunningham. Yeah, so him and Victor Miller, who did the screenplay for the first Friday the 13th, at least. I can't remember if he did the other one, some of the other ones as well or not, but they're fighting over the rights to the series overall with different aspects. I think there was like a what do you call it? A compromise or something made where one owns the rights to certain elements and the other one owns the other rights. And if they want to do both together, they both have to agree to work together on it. But if they want to do it individually, they can't use the other person's elements or something. Listen, the vampire, you say, you haven't heard of it? Vampire, that was a good one, Sean. Son of a Brun, was it? Yeah, you liked some vampire. Yeah, Lucinda, yes, a vampire. It came out a few years ago, and the main character the main character is played by Anthony Howell, who also played Edward Pierce in Call of Cthulhu, and the android Samuels in this game as well. So it's one I've wanted to play for a while because I do like his work. So I thought, well, I haven't played it yet, and I'm playing a game that he's actually in, so I may as well follow that up with another game that he's in. So there we are. Vampire's the next one after this game. That's okay, Son of a Brun. Thank you so much for being here. I hope everything goes well for you today as well. Thanks for the great stream wishes, and definitely will enjoy. I do love this game. It is so, so good. I can't believe that it's celebrating its 10th anniversary this year, but here we are. But time flies. But you have a good one, Son of a Brun. Catch you next time. Yeah, Lucinda. So, be interesting to see. Like, I don't know if the game's going to be any good or not. I have seen some of it, so I know at least a little bit of what to expect. But, you know, some games look good, but then don't play well. And then some games don't play well, but look good, you know. But yeah, that's the next game, and I'm looking forward to playing it. So we need 147 and 148. Just want to skip ahead in the video to make sure that I'm getting what I need. Okay, so EMP and log 10. For the Nostromo. Then there's mission 18, which has archive log 147. Then archive log 148. All right, so I know that I'm on track to get these last two archive logs. And if we scroll through, there's only two left, 147 and 148. That's a lot of archive logs. That's a combination of just text-based ones as you read on the terminals, but also audio ones and ones that have, like, you know, passcodes and stuff like that. So I'm on track to get the rest of the archive logs. There's only one more Nostromo log left to get. Oh. And when it comes to ID tags, 1, 3 left. I hope I haven't missed anything anywhere. Okay, mission 18, there is ID tag. So that's 1 that's popped up. ID tag S Cooper. Alright, so I need to backtrack a bit in the video. I've got a bad feeling that I've missed 1 ID tag. 1 out of 50. Alright, so I'll see if I can find somewhere online that puts them in the order that they appear in. Oh no, they're in alphabetical. Alright, that helps. Let's see, so Alien Isolation. ID tags. Okay, so there's one. Oh no, I've already got that one. Okay. All good. So in the description for the video, the person who made the guide actually puts the name of the person's ID tag. All right, so that helps. All right, so let's go backwards. So S Cooper. I'm assuming that S Cooper would go there. So that's the final one in the guide. R Pad, weird name. It's like really long. Pad JDL Hauser, which is in R. So that would be here. F Sinclair. We've already gotten his. E Winters. We've already gotten his. Or hers, I mean. O. Smith, we've gotten theirs. M. Radcliffe, we've gotten theirs. K. Bennett, gotten theirs. M. Perry, gotten theirs. J. Jones, gotten theirs. B. Ransom. That's who I don't have. B. Ransom. Where was his? Bloody hell. His was in the San Cristobal facility. Fuck me dead. Oh my god. I doubt I'll be able to fast. Oh, sorry, I doubt I'll be able to backtrack that far away. Lucinda, nice. Right. That would be rage-inducing. Ethan Winters. Wait, wrong game. Yeah, I said that too as well. Not exactly like that, but I did mention Ethan Winters. Oh my god, let me guess. You can't get back there. Maddening. Yeah. I mean, the game does remember everything that I've collected, so I could probably maybe reload the level where it's in. I'll do that. Load a mission save. Okay, so let's have a look. It was in mission 14. All unsaved game progress. Okay. No, there's no New Game Plus either. But you can replay missions, but I don't know if I can jump back yet. Because it might overwrite the... an autosave might overwrite the current save. Oh, good. Okay.
Apollo's running on Weyland-Yutani protocols.
So if I have a look at this... Yes, it's remembered that I've gotten them. The ones that I've already gotten, and all the archive logs I've already gotten. So that's good. I mean, I knew it did that, but I wasn't sure if I could reload an earlier mission save and then
it says there's something up with the reactor.
Get back to where I was at the current.
Sorry, Ricardo, but I'm small fry. Me, Samuels, Taylor, we all are. Guess if we amounted to anything, Apollo wouldn't be so ready to see us killed.
B. Ransom. Gotta redo all this shit again though. Since it will autosave over my current save, it means that I'll have to restart that mission I was on again. So we have to do all that backtracking again.
Please vacate area. Engineering access.
Listen, how do you imagine that you missed it? No idea. Could be any number of things. But Darren, how is the log in Nest? Or it's not that far, hopefully. The log in Nest. Yeah, well, I think it's in an area that's pretty far from where I currently am in the game, so... Cinna, do you have to finish the mission in order for the collectible to stick? I don't think so, no, because I just, I didn't finish that current mission I was on, and then when I had a look at the things, it was still saying that I had collected what I had collected.
Corporate interests must be protected at all times.
Game, this shouldn't take this many fucking hits. Bullshit. Here, have another fucking EMP blast, you fucking cunt.
Protected area compromised. Follow me, please. Why not ask me about Sevastopol safety protocols?
This drill did some damage.
Well, Android, I think it's time to shove those Sevastopol safety protocols right up your ass. Thanks for redeeming that, Mr. Godet.
Ricardo, you ever been to the reactor?
Never took that at all.
I did some training in one. Seems like a lifetime ago.
Probably got to redo this whole fucking section again.
Nothing. Got some androids, core control systems, business as usual. I'm gonna have to explore the lower level.
Should be an elevator down somewhere.
I got to get there, but I can't because it's fucking blocked off there. Actually, I just thought of something. Mission 16 is one where we have to backtrack. Maybe I can backtrack to where I need to go to get it. Neo, adding true lies to that would be perfect. You're doing it 20 times a day, so don't give you that crap, do it. What do you mean, adding true lies? Neo, what? Oh man, that's rough. Yeah. Oh, it's just for one ID tag that I missed.
Ricardo!
Ripley, the Anisadora blast took out the orbital stabilizers. We're about to fall from the sky. I'm trying to contact the Torrens, but the comms are still locked. The ambulance you just docked is screwed. The Torrens is our only way off this. The broadcasting delay just updated.
Hello, Sevastopol. Can you respond? We just saw a ship blow on your starboard side, took out an entire orbital stabilizer array. We have no place to dock. Please, tell us what's going on in there. We can take survivors. I'll leave this channel open. Torrens out.
Oh, I see, Neo, yeah. Yeah, that redemption is for the person redeeming it to put in what they want me to say.
Welcome to Seeks and Communications. Please sign in at reception.
Okay, so need to go to the engineering region. Okay, so hopefully I can get to the area I need to go by doing this chapter again, which is the chapter I did a few hours ago in this stream where I had to backtrack to collect stuff. So the irony of having to backtrack again in an area that you backtrack, but the guide that I was using doesn't backtrack to show you things you might have missed. It just backtracks to get the things that you couldn't get earlier. But what I need is something that I missed myself, that was shown in the guide earlier, but somehow I'm fucked up and missed it. Neo, fair call. You're shocking when it comes to references, to be honest. Going to install this in the morning and give it a go. You'll say you'll be crawling everywhere for a while. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to do just to be safe. I mean, it's more time consuming, but... And there are spots where you can get away with walking. But yeah, there's also some parts where it's not wise to just get up and walk even. Thanks for the best of luck. Yeah, if I get this, then I can just reload my... Well, I hope I can. The worst case scenario after getting this ID tag is I have to restart that chapter I was currently up to again. And have to redo that whole bit again. Alright, this is the area that I need to be in. Replaying that mission before this locked me off from this spot.
Safety is important to us. Please report all transit malfunctions immediately.
Here's this motherfucking ID tag. Alright, so that belongs to B. Ransom. Neo, so the alien works similar to Left 4 Dead Director Mode. Not sure, actually, I've never played that game before. Or the sequel. Let's call upon this. Alright, so let's reload what I was up to. current save. No. Reactor core. No. Okay, so it's overridden that, so we do have to redo this fucking mission again. Urgh. Alright, see, it remembers that I got that ID tag. Smack it on the ass. I don't blame you, Rod. It was heavily cut in Australia. That being said, they're epic games and would highly recommend them. Didn't realise that they had been cut here. That's interesting.
Synthetic shouldn't just kill. I don't get it. You don't belong here. Move along. Not messing around. Turn back. I can't warn you.
Oh, come on, game. The millisecond between presses must have been the wrong timing. Well, I'm glad that I was able to get that ID tag that I missed. But having to restart this mission again is annoying, because it adds another hour or more onto the playthrough. But this is the only playthrough where I'm actually getting all the ID tags and all the archive logs. So it's a one and done, never again thing. So there's that at least. I can say I finally got everything collected in Alien Isolation. Exactly, Neo, yeah. I mean, I've liked doing it for this playthrough. It's just that having to replay this mission again due to missing something is the annoying aspect. But the other phases of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary won't involve getting all the collectibles.
Torrens to Ripley. Ripley, we're about to move into position for the auto-umbilical dock sequence. We'll be dark on comms until we've matched the decaying orbit of the station and are in position. We're just waiting on you to accept. And the towing platform clamps. I don't know how you sweet-talked me into this.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be great to see you kick this off from the start. Sadly, you missed some, but that's all good. Yeah. Yeah, it won't be back-to-back playthroughs. I don't know when the second phase will happen. But I want to also give myself a bit of time between games. Like, some games I can play it relatively close to one another. Like, for example, last year I did 6 phases of celebrating Black Flag's playthrough, and some of those phases were done almost back to back, like maybe with a week or two between. But this is the type of game that I do need to get away from for a little while after a playthrough before playing it again. Yeah. Yeah, doing different things each time. So I didn't mind doing some of those relatively close together, but there's just some games where it's good to take a breather of... It'll probably be a couple of months or so before I do the next phase for this one.
Emergency. Please attend your assigned evacuation point and wait for your synthetic emergency warden.
I have never lost to a melee. You would have, but you were always running away.
Although I think I pronounced melee the way you're supposed to, not melee.
I have never lost to a melee. You would have, but you were always running away.
There we go, I'll do that version too. Casper running out of Monkey Island insults. There's plenty of those to choose from. Neo, you still haven't finished Black Flag. Oh, that's fair enough. There's plenty of games that I still haven't finished, like, I still haven't finished the first Max Payne ever. No worries, you'll be looking forward to it. Nice.
Evacuate station. This is not a drill.
In this game, even if you know what the code to a door or something is, you still need to actually go and find the code in the game, so the character knows.
After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency convener.
team. We've sealed the habitation sanctuary. There's one way in, one way out. I've still got raiding parties heading out to loot supplies and weapons, but it looks like we shut it off just in time. The Seeks and Synthetics have started moving away from their stations. I've seen a trail of them. Don't come find us. We will shoot.
Welcome back, Ryu. Hope you had a good breakfast. Or you're having a good breakfast. I did some backtracking earlier to collect stuff that was part of having to collect certain things. But ironically, I got to a point where I counted how much of each thing I had left to get. And it turns out that there was an ID tag that I missed earlier. So I had to backtrack and load up a previous mission. And I got to a certain point in the mission, I was like, oh shit, the way that I need to get to the thing is blocked. So I had to reload another mission, which was the same mission I did earlier where I had to backtrack on purpose for stuff. So I had to go and backtrack there again and use that as a way to get to the thing that I needed. So I finally found the ID tag, and now I had to redo this current level that I got up to. So all this stuff I'm doing right now, I've already done before. But now I have to do it again.
After evacuation, do not re-enter the station until advised to do so by the orbital emergency convener.
I love this music. Alright, so now we're up to the part where I was up to before I realized that I had to go back to a previous mission to allow me to backtrack to a fucking ID tag that I'd missed. Alright, so we have 2 of these left, archive logs. We got 1 Nostromo log left, and we have 2 ID tags left. In the guide that I'm looking at, there's 2 ID tags left, there's 1 more Nostromo log left, and then there's 2 more archive logs left. So, finally up to where I need to be to continue on.
just flew and tested it on some fuck you don't give a shit about. I couldn't keep them on. My wife is dead. My children have been taken. I tried. I couldn't stop them. They broke through our defenses. There's so much blood on my hands. This is for the rescue party. The Sikhs and more. Whoever has to clean up this
Sevastopol,
mess.
this is Diane Verlaine of the Torrens. I am attempting to dock on the tow platform below your spaceflight terminal. We can take survivors.
Just send in the Marines or blow this place up. Take these creatures back to hell.
Neo, and on we proceed into the void. That is so true. Okay, so the developers need to just clone Eleanor Amanda Ripley again, and then we can have a sequel. Oh yeah, Alien Resurrection.
Orbital stabilizer failure. Abandoned station. Abandoned station.
Neo, that death and resurrection where the alien bursts through the guy's chest but he's holding a human shield and it goes through his head was awesome. Yeah, that movie does have its moments. I kind of find things, though, like a corporation like Weyland-Yutani, considering what they do, being bought out by Walmart as a joke, is just ridiculous. You know, it's that's something that you'd say in a parody movie, you know. That's something you'd put in a parody movie.
This is Dallas. I'm about to broadcast the Nostromo report packet back to the Sol system before we hit the pods. Nearest open relay station looks to be Sevastopol. All things being well, you'll hear from us once we reach the edge of Sol. Don't miss us too much. Dallas out.
And that is the final Nostromo log. We have all 10 now. Listen, okay, Rod, it's time for you to get your day started. Hope you have a great rest of your stream and good luck with the collectible hunting. Thank you so much, Lucinda. Actually on track now, so we only have 2 more archive logs to get, and there's 2 more left in the guide I'm looking at. and only 2 more ID tags, and there's 2 left in the guide that I'm looking at. So we're going to get all the collectibles. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. And I hope that you have a great start to your stream as well. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Is playing through the Dishonored series, is a big fan of that series, doing an annual playthrough currently on the first game. We'll also be doing, of course, the second and Dishonored Death of the Outsider as well. Is also doing a playthrough of the Assassin's Creed series. That's her primary series that she's doing at the moment, and is up to Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We'll also be doing Mirage also. The secondary game is Dishonored. So secondary game is this week, and then primary game is next week, and alternates between the two week to week. Is also a big fan of the Resident Evil series as well. Also a fan of Dying Light, as well as The Last of Us and Evil Within. Highly recommend, a great streamer, so definitely check out if you haven't before. Absolutely no worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. No worries at all. Thank you for being here, and I hope you have a great start to your stream of Dishonored, going around and being stealthy like, and then being all, hey, like. Hope you have a good start to it. Better see in the guide where the next thing is. Alright, so the other ones are in the next mission. Hey Whiskey, good morning. We're almost finished the game. Getting very, very close now. Had to do some backtracking to get something that I'd missed. So that's added a bit of extra time on top, but definitely still finishing the playthrough in this stream. It'll probably just end up being a 9-hour stream. Yeah, there's collectibles in this game that you have to backtrack for if you want to get them. So I did that, and that took a couple of hours because there was a lot to cover, and you had to also watch out for the alien. Escape Sevastopol. And did all that, and then got to a point where I was like, I better check to see that the amount of things that I have left to collect matches what's left in the guide. And there was one ID tag that I didn't get. So I had to figure out how to get to where I needed to be to get it. Had to reload a previous mission save, and that meant that the save that I had to where I was currently up to, I had to redo that mission as well.
Can you hear me? Are you close enough for radio contact? I'm here!
Ripley, thank God, I hear you! I need you to extend the dog cradle clamps quickly. There are 2. Should be close by.
Okay, so this ID tag belongs to R. Padjadilhauser. Don't know how to pronounce that, but that is another ID tag that we've found. Last known location, station maintenance, ID code 1710. So we have one more ID tag to get. Stability alert. Which was 147. Whiskey ID tags, nice. How many are there total? Okay, you counted 50. That's right, yeah, so there's 50 ID tags. There's 148 archive logs, and that's a combination of just messages on the terminals, but also tape recordings that you find. And there's special Nostromo logs, and there's 10 of those, so I've gotten all of them. Better read stability alert. Stability alert. Automated alert system. Disruption to orbital stabilizers has been confirmed. Orbital stabilizer array backups are offline. Systems waiting for orbital emergency convener response. Oh yeah, Neo, that's no worries at all. I hope that you have a really good sleep. And thank you, I definitely will take it easy. Thank you so much for being here and for watching and chatting. I really hope you have a good one. And thank you, I will. It's going to be good to finish the playthrough. As much as I've enjoyed replaying it, of course, having to do this or do the things again was annoying, but you have a good one, Neo. 12-11-21-37. Docking hydraulics primed. Guidance systems primed and aligned. 004-1832-47342-1827-24. Docking clamp ready for initialization.
Verlaine, the docking clamps are engaging!
Thank you so much for the best of luck wishes, Neo. You have a great one. Glad you enjoyed.
Verlaine, there is no personnel umbilical. It's long gone.
What?
Wait, I think I can use the maintenance rig instead. If I can find an EVA suit, I can still get to you.
Be careful, Ripley.
Alright, just want to get a better look at the outside of where we are. Since I've saved it, it doesn't matter if I die, because the alien might just pop up while I'm admiring the view. But in this playthrough, in this phase, I've tried to showcase the outside of the space station as much as possible.
This better work.
Sevastopol initialization. I can now confirm that all Sevastopol systems are operational, and our KG-348 orbit is no longer degenerative. My thanks to the tow team. We're open for business. Good luck, everyone. Error. Personnel umbilical removed. 12-11-21-37. Regarding decommission work log 3487-10-4-21-37. Extend maintenance rig. Maintenance work log created 88786-12-11-2137.
That's it.
Hello, Mr. Alien. Alright, so that was Archive Log 148. Sevastopol initialization. Alright, so we have all the archive logs. So I'm just going to scroll through now, just to show that we have. So there's actually 151, but we've gotten all of those. Try to remember this time, 4930 code blueprint, Torrance coordinates, observatory chamber, coordinate conversion input 3575. I missed reading that before, so I'll just cover that now. Scroll all the way up. I just need to get one more ID tag now. E-turn, is it possible to loop the alien, or is he just too fast, lol? Yeah, like if you start running, it can actually run faster than you can. The only way you'd be safe is if you knew that you were near a cutscene trigger, and then you could possibly run and make it before it gets to you. But yeah, I definitely wouldn't recommend doing that necessarily. Like, only in emergency situations. Like there was a moment in this playthrough where I just basically sprinted, but I knew that there was going to be a cutscene that I'd be saved by, and it wasn't that long of a distance. But sometimes you can be hiding behind something that isn't that huge, but it still can't see you, and if you revolve around it opposite to how it's revolving around it, sometimes it doesn't even notice that you're there. I've done that a few times, it's really, really suspenseful because you're thinking, surely the alien's going to see me because I'm literally just around the same object it is. But, like, for example, you know those turnstiles, the actual bulky part that you pass through? I was actually going around that, and the alien was going around it too, and it didn't even see me, which was so funny. I didn't expect it to happen. So that's all of the archive logs, and we've gotten all the Nostromo logs. I just need to get one more ID tag. Coming up, there's a part that you might think, oh, maybe I did something wrong and I should have done the other thing. But there's something that happens on purpose. It's scripted to happen. There's 2 suits, but the game only lets you access one. Oh, it really is E-tone. It is such a great job. There's a lot of really intense sequences that are done well also. Alright, so we've got 2 aliens essentially at once. But yeah, if you try to get the suit on the right, it won't let you. See? It won't let you access it. So it's scripted that you actually have to interact with the other one. When I first played this, I thought, oh, maybe this is like a diversion, well, a side thing that happens if you choose the wrong suit. But no, you can't access the other suit. You have to access that one to trigger this cutscene. Here's the final ID tag that I need. S. Cooper. Last known location, station maintenance. ID code 7336. There we go. That is all the ID tags collected. Fielding, Hutchison, Lynch, Sawyers, Heimers, Ransom, Bullock, McCormack, Ward, Burrows, Gascoigne, Turner, Lingard, Hampton, Winters, Corlander, Guevara, Whitechapel, Sinclair, Ramsey, Spedding, J. Mitchell, Williams, Shotliff, King, Jones, Bennett, Clark, Neville, Hussein, Lenton, Tart, Perry, Radcliffe, Brunswick, Smith, Sands Gomez, Riniak, Brophy, Timlet, Padgilderhauser, Tafler, Cooper, Miller, Armour, Cohen, Nash, Porter, Woodbury, and Watson. Alright, so we got all of those. All the ID tags. All the Nostromo logs. And all of the archive logs. Etone, wow, she was going to feed you to her kids. That's it. It's like, we got another human. Another human for the horde. Here. It's like, oh, they still have the clothes on. That's cool. That's extra taste. So I've achieved the objective of this phase, which was to get all of the archive logs, Nostromo logs, and ID tags. Whatever. That's fair enough, Casper. Definitely understandable. This is literally the last mission, and we're almost finished, so I understand. Maybe one day you will. You'll be fine. Just think, you've played through so many horror games from start to finish. Since you started to become a fan of them, so... It is E-Turn, yeah, it is pretty creepy how she's being watched by the aliens that whole time, like...
Verlaine, I'm on my way up to the bridge. Verlaine?
And fast forward 10 years and we still haven't gotten a proper AAA sequel to this game. Dedicated to the memory of our friend and colleague Simon Franco, 1978 to 2014.
This is Ripley.
Lead environmental artist Mark Radcliffe. So a lot of the ID tags would be these people and their last names and stuff. M. Radcliffe was one of them.
This is Ripley.
E-Tone, so is the light flash supposed to be her getting picked up? It is E-Tone, yeah. The mobile game that they did, which follows on from this, has her being picked up. But, of course, the alien somehow gets on the ship that she gets picked up by, or something like that. And, I haven't played the game myself, but I think it's one of those games where you have to block off certain points so the alien doesn't get through to help people get through and something like that.
Destroyed.
Isn't that what Five Nights at Freddy's is like or something like that? I've heard some people say it's similar to that game. I always thought that if they were going to do a sequel to this game, that it would be interesting to do a story where there's a whole planet that you're actually on, and I thought that the name for it that would be interesting would be Alien Infestation, to keep the whole having a subtitle that starts with I and ends with Sean. But anyway, I'm going to leave it till my final phase of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary to listen to the credits without interrupting it. But there will be more phases, so phase 1 is just the beginning of the overall celebrations that I'm going to do for this game's 10th anniversary. I don't know when the next phase will be, but it won't be next week and it won't be next month. It'll probably be a couple of months from now that I'll do another phase, doing a different focus.
The network will pick
Thanks
me
for the
up.
GG, Stan. Thank you so much. How's things going? E-Turn, oh hell no, a whole planet of those things. Yeah. Like, I was thinking a planet that had, like, a lot of cave systems. So you'd still keep the whole idea of having isolated locations. But you wouldn't be just in a building or just on a space station or something. You'd have a whole planet, but it it wouldn't be open world game kind of thing. It'd still be a linear experience, but
Signing.
I mean, I don't have any idea how Amanda would get stuck on this planet, but if they were to do a story where she goes on a planet full of aliens, I hope they wouldn't do a thing where she just crashes on there. I don't know, maybe she gets captured, but I think she gets captured in the comic books anyway by Weyland-Yutani. But maybe something happens. Maybe she gets, you know, captured by someone or something. I don't know. But yeah, just the whole idea of being on a planet, having a lot of cave systems, a lot of derelict buildings and things that maybe there could be like an abandoned Weyland-Yutani science station on the planet or something. They may as well bring in the engineers. Yeah. Well, that's true too. There's so much stuff that's been added with all the sequels, the 2 prequels, all the comics over the years that they've done and stuff. Stan, why is the music so cool though? It's great music. The music that was from the first movie was by Jerry Goldsmith, a great film composer. So many movies under his belt. He died though in about 2003. But the music that was created for this game, it was still so well done, and it fits Jerry Goldsmith's stuff really well too. E-turn, the idea of the engineers freaks you out because it's not far-fetched. Well, that's true too. You know, the way that well, essentially, they're like humans. You know, we like to create things, and imagine having your creation become your undoing, because obviously that happens. They create the alien organism, or at least the black goo that is the DNA or goes into the recipe, so to speak. And then having that creation, you know, go against you. So even the creators of the thing get, you know, I guess there's something poetic justice about that, but yeah. I mean, it's interesting though, because it's like, if you look at the facehugger, if the facehugger latches onto a human versus latching onto like a bear, you're going to get a different outcome. So the black goo is kind of like something that if you mix it with someone else's DNA, a human's DNA, you get one thing. But if you mix its DNA with something else, you get a different thing entirely, you know. But in a nutshell, I think that's what Ridley Scott was going for, this idea that the engineers were creating weapons and they were using the black substance that they had as part of the makeup of creating these things. And then you have the idea of David the android wanting to create things for himself as well. Him being something that was created by humans in their image, and he wants to create something, you know, as well. It's like an inception of creation kind of thing. But yeah, if you're looking for an alien movie that is just pretty much alien go around kill people, you've got Alien, but it's more slow paced in some ways. But you got that, then you got Alien 3, and then you got Alien and Covenant. But then you got Prometheus, which is sort of like more of a, it's more like a sci-fi drama with a little bit of horror, because there's a lot of like elements of it that it's more like, you know, the questions of humanity and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got like the action movies like Aliens, the second movie, which is more of an action movie. Then you got Alien Resurrection, which I think is crap, but it's got action in it. So if you're looking for a more actiony alien movie, you got Alien Resurrection as well, which is the fourth movie. But I like how this game went more for the Alien 1 style. suspense in that. I mean, Alien 3 has it as well, but this game is more directly a product of inspiration from the first Alien. There's definitely a lot of things that reference other stuff as well that's not in the first Alien movie. This music that we're hearing now, this is music from the first movie. One of the cool things about Jerry Goldsmith as a composer was he was able to blend classical John Williams, style of orchestral music, but also add a bit of a electronic twist to it. A great example of that is the soundtrack he did for the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Total Recall. That's got a great combination of things. Those two combined. The only Oscar he ever won was for the horror movie The Omen, the original one. But he's got so many great, as I said before, there's a lot of movies that he's done. Another franchise he did music for was Star Trek. He did some Star Trek movie music. And also Rambo. He did the music for the first 3 Rambo movies. His music's used again in the 4th and 5th Rambo movies, but for 4 and 5 they got a new composer to do more new music. Brian Tyler, which is the composer of Black Flag's soundtrack. But yeah, I love movie music and video game music. Etone Android is basically our AI going rogue lol. That's it, We've got so many things that we can create as things that allude to very similar things. Indeed, Casper, you didn't see the ending? You're safe from the ending? The only extras we have are credits. But that is the end of Phase 1 of celebrating Alien Isolation's 10th anniversary. I don't wait until it's been literally down to the second since a certain amount of time has passed, because as a streamer that does multiple games and 7 days a week and so many franchises, I need to go by when I can fit something in, as opposed to, I can't play this game until it's December the 25th because it came out on December the 25th 15 years ago. I'm not that accurate with celebrating the anniversaries, but as long as I do it within the year in which something turns a certain amount of years, then that's, enough for me. But this is just phase 1, so there'll be more phases. But the next game that will be replacing Alien Isolation will be the game called Vampire, or Vampire. If you see me streaming that game, then you know it's become Friday. On the weekend is Red Dead Redemption 2, continuing my playthrough, my annual one. There's a schedule there. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. It's muchly appreciated. Going to give some shout outs before we raid out. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda, who's doing a playthrough of The First Dishonored. She'll also be doing the sequel and Death of the Outsider as well. Also a big fan of Resident Evil, as well as The Evil Within and The Last of Us, and Dying Light as well. And is also doing a playthrough of the Assassin's Creed series, currently up to Assassin's Creed Valhalla, but will also be doing Assassin's Creed Mirage as well. Mr. Gote, playing through games like Mortal Kombat 11. He's also a horror game fan as well, of horror games like the Outlast series, the supermassive horror games Until Dawn, the Dark Pictures series that they do, as well as The Quarry. He's also a fan of games like Hunt Showdown and Ghost Recon as well. Dr. Ronnie is doing a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2. He wears a hat when he's streaming, and he changes what hat he's wearing depending on what type of game he's doing. So for Red Dead 2, he wears a cowboy hat, and he's also a fan of killing enemies and taking their hats and having them on his character's head as well. So I highly recommend checking out Ronnie's channel as well. And also highly recommend checking out Lidus. He does a lot of retro stuff. He's a big fan of games like the Resident Evil series, as well as Streets of Rage, Street Fighter, and Tekken and Mortal Kombat as well. A lot of shenanigans over at his channel, so highly recommend. We're going to go and raid Crocodiles, who's playing through Assassin's Creed Rogue. That's a general raid message for people to feel free to use. That second one is one with some free follower emotes attached, and I've got one that I'm going to put in chat for those who are subscribed as well. I don't know when the next phase for this playthrough will be, but I do know what type of playthrough I have in mind. But I'm not going to mention what it is, just in case it's something that no one's done before. Which I haven't investigated. I don't know if anyone's done the type of playthrough I want to do next, but we'll have to wait and see. And that's a raid message with some subscribers emotes in there. Kick off the raid to Crocodiles. Thank you again everyone for watching. Muchly appreciated. It was good to do a playthrough of this game again. I really do love it. Got all the collectibles, all the ID tags, all the archive logs, and all the Nostromo logs. For the next phase, I'll be doing something different. That'll be probably another couple of months from now. But the next game I'm doing to replace this is Vampire, and on weekends it's Red Dead Redemption 2. Hope everyone has a good one, and catch you next time.
I don't know if you can hear me, but I made it across. It's really bad here, Verlaine. I think think there's something here.